Okay.
Buenos días a todos.
Muy buenos días, siendo las 10 de la mañana con 2 minutos, esta es la tercera llamada, comenzamos. Y a continuación vamos a dar inicio. Good morning to all. It is 10:02 o'clock, Thursday, September 22, 2022. And on behalf of Mauricio Mubarak, President of UC&CS Global and UC&CS America, a warm welcome to our 23rd annual meeting, the Great Reset. I will be joined by accountant Orfa Baron. You have the floor, Mrs. Baron.
Judy, thank you. Good morning. My name is Orfa Baron. To all those present, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of UC&CS American from Mexico City. My best wish for success in this cycle on conferences in framework of global action and financial tech and legal model of focus for business in your great resort. We appreciate your presence in this difficult time due to the health issues. We say with you this annual world conferences on parents to hold on the 22. It is wet green, father Jude, and find myself here in this 4th day of work. 2 team members who visit us from their content and for our state of the Mexico Republic. I will express my most sincere gratitude for your presence. I hope that you enjoy your stay. I hope and of you can feel at home.
Thank you, Mrs. Barrow. The objective of this series of conferences is to provide participants with a global framework for action in global financial, fiscal, and legal matters to focus on business in the Great Reset. Today, we will have a business panel on 3 continents in the Great Reset. I'm going to present a short bio of the speakers. Mr. Ahmed Nasir from Turkey. He has experience in the fields of auditing, accounting, taxation, and statistical services. He also has teaching experience in several universities, and his core experience is preparing and evaluating tender processes, setting policies and procedures, communication, banking technology, marketing research, organizational systems, policies and procedures, negotiation, market surveys, sales and targets, forecasts, accounting, administration, and also preparing different conferences and organizing database for companies. He has also experience as a conference speaker, and he has published 9 scientific papers. Now, Mr. Chong Kwang Fok, chartered accountant from Malaysia. Chong is chartered accountant in Malaysia. He is currently practicing as an auditor and attached with a chartered accountant firm in Malaysia. He has more than 15 years of working experience in auditing. His experience includes auditing of public listed companies, multinationals, and private limited companies in various industries. Other than conducting statutory audit in Malaysia, he also performed audit for companies based in China and other places in the region. He was also involved in reporting accountants' engagement on national public offering exercise, due diligence, reviewing financial forecasts, and projections. Licenciada Ana Humero Obregón, contadora pública autorizada, contadora privada incorporada, máster en banca y finanzas y certificada interamericana en NIC Pymes. Auditora externa de empresas arrendadoras, desarrolladoras de productos urbanísticos, almacenes de agroquímicos, empresas comerciales en el sector de educación privada, entre otras empresas. También ha sido consultora externa del Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo en proyectos de infraestructura vial, proyectos de interconexión eléctrica en la región centroamericana y proyectos de financiamiento a municipalidades desde el año 2012. Es expresidenta del Tribunal de Honor del Colegio de Contadores Públicos de Costa Rica. Ha sido docente académico de ULA-CIP, Universidad San Marcos y Universidad Solidarista. También miembro de la Comisión de Despachos del Colegio de Contadores Públicos de Costa Rica. Para mí es un placer y un honor ceder el micrófono al licenciado Francisco Betancourt, quien será moderador de este panel. Adelante, licenciado Betancourt, el micrófono es todo suyo. Adelante.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Voy a cambiar aquí un poquito el tono de la conversación. Por supuesto, gracias a Mauricio y gracias a todos los socios. Vamos a hablarlo ahora en inglés, dado que nuestros expositores son personas extranjeras, profesionales y miembros de la firma de los diferentes continentes a los cuales pertenecemos. Entonces, permítanme comenzar esta exposición haciendo este pequeño cambio, ¿no? Hello, good morning, and welcome to the annual partners meeting in UC&CS Global. Today, we are going to speak regarding the 3 different continents and how to make business in these continents. The countries that we are going to speak today is Malaysia, Costa Rica, and Turkey. And our partners will be with us, explaining us different forms of making business, of course, the taxation of these countries, their benefits, and some different and important kind of points that we have to consider if we want to make business in that country. So, Judith, please, can you tell me who will be the first speaker? Your microphone, Judith.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Yes, sure. The first speaker is Ahmed Nasif from Turkey.
Okay, great. Ahmed, are you there? I don't know if Ahmed is connected still or yet.
Is Ahmed Nasif there? If do you want, we can give the microphone to other speaker.
I can see that Ana Fumero is still connected, so maybe we can start with Ana Fumero. I don't know if our partner of Malaysia is connected.
Ana Fumero.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I think it's better to start with Joanna because I don't know if our partners are connected yet. But of course, it's very important for women to start. So maybe we will start with Costa Rica. As you have listened, Ana Fumero is our partner in Costa Rica, and he has a lot of experience in auditing and representing different institutions in
de Costa Rica hacia el mundo. Ana, según entiendo, hemos presentado una pequeña presentación sobre cómo hacer negocios, cómo dar cumplimiento a las obligaciones tributarias, a los beneficios, así como las estadísticas económicas en el país. ¿Podrías compartir esa información? Y, por supuesto, en base a ello, empezaremos a dar algunas preguntas. Sí, claro. Comenzaré. Con una presentación general de Costa Rica. Costa Rica. Ana, perdón por la interrupción. ¿Podrías compartir tu presentación? ¿Alguien nos puede ayudar con la presentación de Ana Fumero? Si hay problemas, déjeme verificar a ver si alguien puede ayudar. En un momento, por favor. Yo prefiero que... Un minuto, por favor. Gracias. Esperaremos 2 minutos. Ana. Si gustas, puedes comenzar con una breve introducción de Costa Rica, que se considera uno de los países más importantes en Centroamérica, porque tiene una gran economía y un gran crecimiento. ¿Qué piensas al respecto?
The economy grows, wait a minute, grow 7.6% in 2021 and will grow 3.9% in 2022. This country, Costa Rica, has been considered the Silicon Valley of Latin America. So you should not be surprised to learn that the country has attracted a number of international corporation specialists in technology.
Oh, yes, of course.
Investing.
Yes, we understand that also Costa Rica and Panama are very important, and as you say, are considered like the Silicon Valley of Latin America. And for example, the COVID and the financial and economic problems in the world, how those affect economics in Costa Rica?
Yes, of course, affected the economy, but have important donation or external credits of the international organisms, multi-credit, like Banco Mundial, like International Development Bank, etc. And we do big work to record expenses, public expenses.
Okay, so as I understand, that you have a very good and better administration regarding to the government. Is that correct? It means that your government is more I don't know how to say that, it has your government has interesting politics regarding the investments in Costa Rica. Is that correct?
Yes. The country is doing force in ambiental, environmentally investments and tourism investments.
Okay, and I have two specific questions for Costa Rica. Please, Anna, can you describe the advantage that Costa Rica have over other Central American countries? Sorry, Anna. I think we have lost Anna also. Judith, Orfa.
Maybe she has a little problem. So if do you want, we can hear to other person between.
Okay, I don't know if you can talk with Anna, and also we prepare the final
Yeah,
information.
Anna Fumero is there again.
Ana Fumero, are you there?
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, Anna, as I told you, I have two questions before you make the presentation, and of course, we expect that Judith and her team have the information to share all our partners. The first question is that if you can help me and can you describe the advantage that Costa Rica have over other Central American countries, considering that Costa Rica is in this moment considered a country with a significant economic growth in Latin America?
Yes. Of all of the Central American countries, Costa Rica is generally regarded as having the most stable and most democratic government. Not only in Central America, maybe too in Latin America. Its constitution of 1949 provides for unicameral legislature, a fair judicial system, and an independent electoral body. That is the reason that I believe is a special country. Here don't have force, military force. We are a democratic country.
Okay, and of course, as we mentioned before, I think the government is a very important participant in the growing of different economics in the world. No, please also I have another question, and after that you can explain us the information that is shared in the in the meeting. Please, can you mention which are the most important business that our partners or investors can consider for make investments in Costa Rica? For example, we know that I don't know if last year there was an important tax reform regarding to leasings and the taxation of the 10 or 15% of the net income. And of course, many important investors considered in investing leasings and immobiliary regime. So what do you think? Are there any kind of business that you can invite to different investors in the world to invest in Costa Rica?
We already have the presentation in the screen. I'm sorry.
Well, I have here principal two direct taxes are income taxes and due incomes value, impuesto al valor agregado.
Value added tax.
Yes, value added taxes, and are the two principal taxes, direct taxes. The value added are in 13%, and the income taxes is in scale of the rental net of the period. Investing in this country is also an advantage, considering that foreigners have the same property rights as native Costa Ricans. Real estates are also quite small, often being under 1%. This makes maintaining a second or third property in Costa Rica easier. Apart from all these, foreign residents make up 10% of the population of the country. This is not only attractive to investors, but also to anyone interested in moving to Costa Rica. Many candidates to reside in Costa Rica enjoy an income tax exception for 2 years. This is in combination with free industrial zones, which had been designed to attract foreign companies, make the company an ideal climate for investments.
Okay, that's great, and that is very interesting. Anna, as you can see, we have the PowerPoint presentation. So maybe if you want, we can start with the information you have prepared, please. And thank you.
Yes, if you want, continue the conversation and move the presentation there.
You did that. I don't know who is.
Adrián, ¿puedes mover la presentación, por favor? Yes, okay. It's ready.
Ana Fumero, I don't know if she's still connected.
Ana Fumero. Is Ana Fumero there? I think I can see her. So maybe the microphone is off.
Hello.
Oh, yes, we have.
Can you continue, please, with the information?
If you want, continue with the questions and advance with the presentation.
Okay, great. Yes, we only want to know, in this case, for Costa Rica, which are the main important benefits, for example, for tax. You mentioned value-added tax. You mentioned 30% of income tax. But I don't know if you have a specific tax regime, for example, like a free taxes in a specific zone or something like that. Can you help us with that information?
Yes, in the free industrial zone, are exonerated of taxes the industrial companies can contract human resource here and do all the mentioning, do all the industrial work of any kind of product, and then export the products, not to sell here. Are exonerated and in industrial free zones.
Okay, and in this case, these free zones are similar, for example, the free zone of Panama or Uruguay is like this?
Yes, I believe, yes.
And another question, and which are the most important countries which Costa Rica has business in the world or in America?
Okay, United States, Mexico, China.
And which kind of industries or business those the countries negotiate with Costa Rica?
The business, some of the most important business are import electricity to the regional zone by energy.
Energy and electricity are independent for the government or are in the control
it's
of
autonomy entity, but they have a good business with all the Central America region. Have commerce with China, with Mexico, with the United States. And the export of bananas activity is very important to Europe.
Okay. And another question. Of course, we know the position and where is located Costa Rica in our continent. So we know that the tourism is very important for Costa Rica. How percentage represent the incomes for tourists in Costa Rica, and how does this industry could make me this industry will be interesting for investors. I think we have lost again Hannah Fumer.
I don't know what happened, but if you want to continue with the other other persons, maybe we have Ahmed Nisif.
Okay. Sorry for the presentation with Anna. We had many problems with the.
We have to Ana Romero again.
Yes, Anna.
She's with us.
Do you listen us?
Yes, of course.
Yes, in order to finish the presentation, please can you give us maybe 3 very important things of Costa Rica in order to make business there, and maybe 3 not maybe could be wrong things to make business in Costa Rica. Which are the most complicated things that you have to consider to make business in your country? Can you please tell us about this information?
Yeah, Francisco, I can listen your last question.
Okay. Can you give us the 3 specific things that you consider are the most important to make business in your country, and 3 wrong things that can make difficult this investment?
I believe the economy here is very static or similar all the years, have democratic government or democratic culture, and have interesting taxes, escena, have an interesting and low for investments platform of taxes. That are the 3 kinds of I consider have business here. And the other question you do for me, Francisco, are why not do business here?
No, 3 wrong things that maybe you can explain us if this I don't know, in order to open a company, the time you have to spend is a lot of, or maybe it's very expensive. I don't know, something like this.
Yes, to establish some society in Costa Rica is around one month, and have to take 1 or 2 partners, and all the years have to pay 1 tax. It's a tax of the societies. It's around $200. I believe it's not have many time to found it society here.
Okay. Thank you, Anna. As we can see, Costa Rica could be a very important country to move investments, not only for Latin America, also for other parts of the world. So we really appreciate your participation in this conference, and also we are going to share this information to all our partners and all our clients. thinking that many of our clients have investments also in Costa Rica. I can tell all our partners that with Ana Pumero and us, we are making some business, auditing some companies, multinational companies, and Ana Pumero is an excellent professional of the content. No? Thank you, Ana Fumero, for your participation, and we will continue with the other speakers. Thank you, Ana Fumero.
Thank you for you, Francisco.
See you, ciao.
Bye.
Okay. We are going to continue with other of our panelists. I can see that we have connected to Hamed Nasif. Hamed, are you there?
Yes, how are you? My brother Abdullah.
Hi, Hamed. Fine, thank you. And you, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Hamed, maybe we are going to change a little bit the how we make this conversation with Anna. I just prefer that if you can share the information you have prepared, and after that we are going to make some questions to you. Are you agree with that?
Oh, maybe the microphone is off. We can see the presentation on the screen.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I will lead the presentation with Dr. Ahmed, my colleague, and we will start with a brief introduction about your partner in Turkey. We started up Zaka International, started up first in Lebanon and in 1992, and then in Turkey 2016. And hopefully we can add another country to our team in the next coming year, hopefully. What about Turkey or Turkey? First, we have to take into consideration that Turkey is one of the top 20 worldwide governments that works with a lot of industries. It is an emerging company. Also, it is one of the targeted countries for investment. The economy actually is classified as one of the fastest growing economies. In 2021, it was the GDP reaches $800 billion, and the size of the world economy reaches $96.25 trillion. 10 years ago, the number was worldwide 96, while Turkish economy was around $90 billion. So the jump is huge, and it is one of the fastest growing economies. So what is the most sectors that are being developed in the country? We have agriculture, textiles, motor vehicles, ships, and also the military industry. They are at the top of the line. Also, transportation economy, building materials, consumer electronics and white goods. Also, the building industry also, it is one of the huge shares that we are having here. So GDP grew by 7.6% in the second quarter 2022, which is quite a high growth. Agriculture sector contracted by 2.9% in the second quarter, and the industrial sector grew by 7.8% in the and service sector. So we have industrial growth, agriculture as well, and as we said, the fields that they are well structured and they are promising, the sectors we've just mentioned before. What about the taxation? I would like to share with you this slide. First of all, it is a e-government system, so it is easy to start up any new business. Very easy. Maybe within less than 3 to 5 working days, maybe less, you can start up your own business. It is so easy, and it is also electronized by a system called the e-government, and you can manage everything you want electronically. And the system also linked to everything else. Any payment you have or due, you can pay it through this system. It is linked to your bank account, phone lines, taxation, anything. Just mention it. So it is one system, and this is really an easy system to track all your payments and to submit all your taxes and whatever. So we have the corporate tax, we have the value-added tax, which is called KDV, and we have the National Social Security Fund for employees. So primarily, you will have to pay the tax rate 20%. It is applied the rate applied at rate 25, but actually it is 20%. The value-added tax varies between 3 rates: 1%, 8%, and 18%, and that depends on the sector or service you are in. So some services, goods and services have only 1%, other 8% and 18%. We can, if you want, we can share with you the table that classifies all the services, which service has a 1%, 8%, and 8%. And you have an additional payment for employees for the National Security Fund, and the basic salary it's around. Correct me, Dr. Ahmed, if if I miss, because they have a raise for the basic salary a few months. أحمد الحد الأدنى قديش؟ دولار؟ Can you hear me, أحمد؟ الحد الأدنى للأجور قديش أحمد دولار؟
على الدولار هلا حاليا
Yes.
حوالي 250.
So the basic salary dollar-wise, it's around $250. One of the issues, they have high inflation rate regarding the value of money. So each year they reevaluate the basic salary and they reissue the basic salary. So what documents you need to establish a company? I've just mentioned the major ones. I will not go through because it's a documentation. But the important thing that, as I said before, that you can just fill the application through the government tool, the e-Dawlat, and you can go on establishing your company. You need an accountant or a bookkeeper. Actually, it's called a bookkeeper accountant, different than auditor. And he will follow up your official registration and documentation. For us, we saw that this is a quite crowded timetable. So we will finalize our presentation here, and we will wait for your questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you, Abdallah and Ahmed. We have a few, just two questions, so maybe you can help to answer that. Please, of course, we know the importance of Turkey in politics, economics, in Middle East, in Europe. Can you tell us what was the impact of international situations in this case, for example, war between Russia and Ukraine, as well as the pandemic, the COVID and the economics and global crisis, with its national economy and business with countries of the zone?
Okay. First of all, if you can remember that Turkey is in between Europe and Asia, and it is in a hot area for Europe, actually, with the going conflict in Europe, the ongoing conflict in Europe, as well as the going conflict in the Middle East. I mean, between Russia and Ukraine, as well as the going conflict in Syria and Iraq, Iran, and all those countries are borders with Turkey. As you can know also that Turkey is one of the, politically, it is a member for the, it is not member in the European Union, but it is member in the Atlas Union. So it is in a very picky area geographically, but the government decided to have zero problems with all the neighbors, with all the region, and they are playing a good role in cooling down the area. And as you can know for today news, that they managed to have a exchange between the Russian and the Ukrainian army, the exchange of soldiers due to the ongoing war acts. So they are playing an important role, as well as economically. So the policy of Turkey for the last decade is to have zero problems with neighbors, and to play an important role in this situation. This was a positive. It had a positive impact on the economy because it is in the middle, as I said, between nowadays between Russia and Europe. So all the transactions will pass through Turkey because of the boycott from Europe to Russia, vice versa. And the only government in the middle is Turkey. So everybody is benefiting from this political situation that the government is playing for the time being. So economically, we have a increase in, for example, in airlines reservations and movement through Turkey, and this added up the numbers for tourism. For example, we have the highest tourism rates in Turkey and it is increasing each year. And also in the power dilemma, oil and gas, also Turkey is playing a huge role, especially with new findings that were in the Black Sea for oil and gas, as well as in the Mediterranean. So they are estimating in 2023, sorry, the Turkey government will start producing their own oil and gas, and this will help also the economy in the supply of the power. This is the situation of Turkey now. So in the near future, I believe that we will have also additional growth in the GDP, especially in the technology sector, agriculture, and a new technology such as cars, motors, and they are using the lithium batteries and the electronic cars.
I'm
for
sorry.
example.
I'm sorry, Mr. Somebody have the microphone on. Hector Ibeles, please, can you on your microphone, please?
So
Thank you.
this is a brief introduction or brief description of the political and economical situation. Do you have another question regarding this matter?
Yes. So just one
Francisco?
question. I think that is very important because we know Turkey has a specific position between Russia, Middle East, and Asia, and also Europe. So I think, of course, in regarding to the economics, it has to make a difference between other countries. So in this case, can you tell us? As we can see in your presentation, for example, value-added tax, there are some tax rates of 1%, 8%. Which are these kind of business that investors can do in Turkey, and why Turkey is attractive for investors? I don't know if it's the position in the world, or if the good relations with different countries, or maybe the taxation or another benefits. What can you tell us about this?
First of all, the business in Turkey, first of all, the GDP, all the industries are now booming. And it is promising. This is the first issue. The second issue, we have the stability in the banking sector. You can do any transfer in and out of Turkey, and the fast transactions, and this is good. The policy of the government supporting the stability of the industrial sector, and you know the industrial sector especially needs a long time investment, not a short time. So you have to have a stability to have the to attract the investors. So the governmental policies regarding the investment, I will, for example, if you invest 250,000 $250,000, you will be able to have the Turkish citizenship. So the government is supporting the stability of this sector, and by having this the citizenship, for example, you will be able to invest in the agriculture, to have the ownership of land for agriculture. This is the only condition for having a the ownership of land, to have a citizenship. You can invest in agriculture, but you cannot own the land. To own the land, you have to be a Turkish citizen. So the government adjust the citizenship rules to add, if you have hired, for example, 50 employees, or if you have a $250,000 as investment, you will have the citizenship within 2 months, and from there you can do whatever you want. So they are having a quite attractive area. Beside the high quality of infrastructure, roads, electricity, internet, and water supply, gas supply in all the regions, and they are having roads for the for the last 2 decades. They have renewed all the infrastructure for roads inside Turkey, and for the outsiders, for the airports. And they have new airports, as you can all know. I don't know, but I have to mention it, that for example, Istanbul airport is the biggest in the world, and it is the most for example, last month they have an average 1,600 air flight during the day. So the crowdiest airport in Europe, and it was not the case a few years ago. They established this airport 3 years ago, and they moved from an old airport to a new one, and now they are gathering rewards in this move. So I believe that it is a good place to have to attract investors, and language is not a problem. In the business field, English is highly used. Even in the day-to-day transactions. So it is not a big deal. They have their own language. They have the Turkish language, but as I said, in the business sector, it is not a big deal. You can easily do your transactions. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, of course, very good explained, Abdallah, and thank you. We really appreciate that information. Yes, Turkey airport is famous because, as I understand, is the best airport in the world. So it will be very interesting for many of our partners and of course of our clients to know about this information.
By the way, we invite everybody to have the next annual meeting in Istanbul.
Okay, that would be great. Yes, of course, I will be very pleased to visit you. Just give me a second, please. Can you close your microphone? Thank you very much. Yes, of course, we expect for all our partners to visit you, and the next year, as Mauricio said, we can make the annual partners meeting in Istanbul. No?
Are most welcome.
Yes,
we will arrange everything for you.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for your presentation, Abdallah, and of course to have met Nasif. Thank you for being with us. And we expect
to have a scientific approach. Dr. Ahmed prepared all the information. I'm just the presenter.
Yes. No, thank you very much to both of you. We know that the difference of language sometimes make these kind of presentations complicated, but But for us has been a very pleasure to have you in our partners meeting, and we will continue. And we expect in the next year being in Istanbul making the annual partners meeting. Yeah, it's a promise for all the partners here. No, thank you very much, Abdaleh, and thank you very much, Ahmed Nasif.
Thank you.
Okay, we will continue with our final participants from Malaysia. I don't know if our partner is connected, Mr. Chong.
Yes, we have.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong is.
Hi, Francisco. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Mr. Chong, Chong Kwang Fok is our partner from Malaysia. And,
Yeah, I'm fine here. I can
okay.
see many of you are still in the morning, so I don't know how to greet you because at my side here, my country here, is actually 12 in the midnight. So
Okay.
I wish I can say good morning to everyone, to of you as well.
Yes, of course. This is a problem with the difference of the time in your
Oh,
country.
it's okay. It's okay.
We really
It's okay.
appreciate your participation, and you are our final participant. So for this, all of three of yours, that we know that the difference of times could be very important. We start for that consideration. So we're meeting with your participation, because we know that there is an important expending of your time in this annual partners meeting, Mr. Chung. But of course, as we were talking yesterday, we will start with your PowerPoint presentation in order to know what are the most important statistics, taxes, benefits, and free zones, and some kinds of that regarding to Malaysia in order to make business in your country. So, Mr. Chung, can you share us the information, please?
Yep, sure. Just give me a second.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Now, okay.
Yes, if you want, you can start. We can see very well your screen.
Okay. Today my presentation will be separated into two parts. One of it, I would like to share with you doing business in Malaysia as a whole. The other part, the second part of it, I would just want to share with you one of the tax havens island that we have, which offer a very, very good tax rate to all the people doing business in Malaysia. Now, without further ado, let me go into straight this topic as in doing business in Malaysia. As you can see from the very little information that we have gathered here, the cost and number of opening a company is actually very low. We are looking at the incorporation fee ranging from 1,000 ringgit Malaysia to about 2,000. Now, to give you a heads up, how much it translated into a USD, one USD actually equivalent to ringgit Malaysia of 4.39, which is this is quoted as at 9th of June 2022. Of course, fast forward today, sad to say the ringgit, our country's currency, has further depreciated to about 4.5. So one USD, $1 of USD dollar is actually equivalent to about 4 ringgit and 50 cents in Malaysia, which is quite considered very, very low cost for you to set up a company in Malaysia. The time span is about 1 to 2 weeks just to get a company registered in Malaysia, but then you must get a company secretary to assist you for the process. Now, of course, on closing of the company, the strike-off cost just paid to our authority of Malaysia is only about 100 ringgit. I think it's probably, probably maybe $2 or $2 or $3 the max of USD. But then the time taken probably could be a bit longer. It has to ranges for about 1 to 2 years, depending on the size of the company previously that was open, and also the transactions inside the company. Now, the third part of it, you're looking at the cost and the number of day registering of a property. Of course, Malaysia here, we are separated into two geographical area. What we are talking about the east and west. So all these are comprises by a different stages and city where they are having a different sets of rules. So it's very difficult for me to quote what we call what kind of value that you're looking at. But if you're looking at the time for the registering a property, is probably about 2 to 4 days. That's all you need. Now moving on. Okay, doing business in Malaysia, our country's risk classification is based on A3, based on the Moody's rating back in June 2021. Okay, our annual GDP per capita is about USD 10,000. Then total country GDP is about 337 billion. Our growth in 2021, quoted back in quarter four of year 2021, is 3.6%. So the special zone in the country, you're looking at Port Klang, Kuala Lumpur International Airport. Kuala Lumpur is actually our capital. And then there's this one which I'm going to go through with you later on in the second part of my presentations. Now, the recommendation for investment, we are rich with rubber and palm oil processing. Lately, there are a lot of companies, may it be local or overseas, venturing into pharmaceutical, medical technologies. Glove, we are one of the famous in the world producing glove, and smelting, logging, timber processing. Malaysia are very, very well known with very good timber because we are a country rich with jungles and all these timber logging activities. Petroleum, yes, we do have finance, tourism. Yeah, all these are become very important segment of business in Malaysia. Moving on, the tax rate. For individuals, we actually apply a scale rate ranging from 0 to 30%, depending on the individual disposal income. Of course, the higher that you earn, the rate will be higher. Okay, for company, we have this classification called small and medium-sized enterprises company, where it refers to company with pay-up capital of not more than 2.5 million, which is, I think, is equivalent to probably like 800,000 or lesser of USD dollar, and your gross income of not more than 50 million ringgit Malaysia. So with that, your first 600 chargeable income will be taxed at 17% only. The subsequent balance, meaning to say, if let's say you are recording more profit for the company, more than 600,000, any excess from the 600,000 will be taxed at 24%. Now, the non-SME will be taxed straight at 24%, meaning to say, if you are having a company, a capital which is more than 2.5 million ringgit Malaysia, then you are being taxed at 24%. So tax rate for non-resident individual person is a flat rate at 30%. Also, tax rate for non-resident companies, the tax is flat rate at 34%. We do have this double tax imposition treaties. Currently, we have signed with more than 70 countries, which including Japan, China, and Singapore. Okay, one special thing to share with you on the business losses. Now, if so happen the business are not doing so well and you do record a loss, your business loss can be carried forward to utilize against the next year's profit. Meaning to say that if you happen to make a loss in the year one of your business, coming to year two and business turn around to be a profit situation, then you can use the profit to offset against the losses, which will reduce to the extent probably reduce your tax, or maybe to the extent also you don't need to pay any taxes then. So this is a losses that we allow the company to carry forward for a maximum of 10 years. Okay, then of course, being a developing countries, we are also offering a lot of tax incentive like pioneer status, investment tax allowances, and reinvestment tax allowances. So you need to fulfill certain criteria before you are being granted with all these exemption, which is very good. Where, for instance, pioneer status, you no need, once gotten the status, the pioneer status, you no need to pay tax for a period for probably about like 5 years, and you can further apply for another extension for another 5 years, which is tax free for you. For whatever profit that you are going to make, you no need to pay any single cent of taxes. Similarly, for investment and reinvestment allowances, so there are certain criteria, qualifying criteria, and there are certain applications to it, where I can share with you in further detail. If you need to, probably you can check with me later on. Okay, so in disposing property, landed property, housing, factories, land in Malaysia, you are also being subject to tax, which we call it as a real property gain tax in Malaysia. So it depending on the number of years that you hold the property. For instance, if you hold, if you are being a citizen or permanent resident, and you are holding the property for 6 years and above, the taxes, the profits that you earn from disposing the property is only at 5%. Of course, the nearer to the disposal date upon your acquisition, the higher the tax rate. The longer that you hold the property, the tax rate will be reducing accordingly. Whereas for non-citizen and non-PR, as you can see from year 3 to year 5, it's a flat rate of 30%. Of course, we no need to argue in terms of year 1 and year 2, definitely is 30%. So for company perspective, if you are buying and selling land and properties after year 6 of the acquisition, then the tax rate is only at 10%. Now, tax on dividend is actually exempted. Single tier, we are adopting single tier tax system. Of course, in my country, we do have this service tax and sales at 6%, and sales tax is either 5 or 10%, or other specific rate depending on the custom. Also depending on the goods that you are trading in. Okay, last but not least, generally in Malaysia, you are looking at this all these items called interest, royalty, rental of movable property, technical and management. All these are also trigger taxes. But for if you happen to be a permanent resident or citizen or a company per se, your taxes is actually based on individual will be based on the personal tax rate, which is actually the scale rate just now I shared with you, whereas the company will follow the company tax rate. So maximum is at 24%. Now, of course, all these taxes, being a developing country like us in Malaysia, will subject to be reviewed on yearly basis. Every year, our country's government, they will table this financial budget, and once adopted, then this budget will then be applied, and so, a lot of time also it will involve certain new benefit or new changes to this tax rate. So this thing will have to be monitored from time to time to understand what will be the real positions at that point, at every single point in time. Now, with this, I end my presentation for the first part of it, which is doing business in Malaysia. I wish to bring you to highlight to you another so-called tax haven island that we have in my country. One moment, let me just change the slides.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chung.
Do you have some questions?
Just a little bit, Judith, please. He's changing the information.
Okay, so this is the second part of my presentation.
Okay, okay.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see. Mhm.
So this is doing business in Labuan. Labuan is happen to be one of the island in my country, located in East Malaysia. So it has been designated as what we normally call tax haven, where in this if you happen to do a business in this Labuan, the tax rate is very, very low. I will share with you shortly. Now, just give you a heads up of what is this Labuan about and where is it located. It's actually at the east part of my country, on the east side. So then they have their own rules and regulations governed under Labuan Financial Service Authority. Then flew into Labuan, there's this some logistic informations for you. From United States, from US to Malaysia is about 15,100 kilometers away. So flight time is 18 hours. Now, what are those businesses that already in Labuan? Trading activities, you can see there's this banking, insurance, trading management, licensing, shipping operation, and etc. So then non-trading companies, holding of investments, security stocks. So these are the very well-known, I believe, brand which you might have also seen in your countries, that they are also setting up their businesses in Labuan.
Okay,
Now,
that's great.
incorporation of company in Labuan. So all you need is the name. You have to reserve the name first, followed by paying the setting the pay up capital. Then I think the incorporation fee is ranging for about 1,500 to 2,000. Upon lodgement of this name, then I think within 24 hours you will get the what we call notice from the Labuan authority that whether the company is already been set up or not. Whereas for dissolving and terminating, I think the cost is around 8,000 ringgit Malaysia, equivalent to probably about 1,600, 1,700 of USD. Okay, so moving on. Okay, Labuan Trust Company. So what is this trust company? Is actually like a company secretary. They are functioning the same as per the secretary. So they will be the first contact point that everyone who wanted to set up a company in Labuan, you must contact the trust company in Labuan first. Then there's this Labuan approved auditors. So my firm, KHLC PLT in Malaysia, we are also a Labuan approved auditor, where if you want to do an audit in Labuan, you have to apply to LFSA first. Not any auditors, local auditors can do the audit in Labuan. But fortunately enough for us, we do have this Labuan license for us to audit a company in Labuan. Tax agent, you need a tax agent to act on your behalf. Internal auditor is on discretion basis. But however, if you are into this insurance and insurance related company, banks, trust company, then you must conduct an internal audit review on yearly basis. Okay, so there's also this Labuan is very famous with this leasing company. There's a lot of leasing companies supply plant and machinery, ship, aircraft. They are actually registering their company in Labuan. Now, the functional currency, Labuan, they allow you to maintain your account in any of the currency that you can think of. I do have client in maintaining the account in Japanese currency, Japanese yen, US dollar, the most common, euro, so Swiss franc. So these are the currency that you are allowed to use when you are doing a business in Labuan. So bank in Labuan, of course, there's a lot of choices that you might have. But you can open up a foreign bank account also with any banks in Labuan, but the bank account must be registered under the name of the Labuan company. Now, the most interesting part is this, which I want to share with you, the tax framework. So any Labuan trading activities is only taxed at 3%, okay, of the Labuan's company net audited accounting profit under the Lobata, under the Act. So meaning to say, what you need to do is, if you are doing a qualifying business activities, then upon receiving the audited account, all you need to do to pay the taxes is only the 3% of the audited profit. So it's very, very low, very, very, very low.
Yes, yes, we can see. Only one question, because in Malaysia there were very important things that you mentioned in your presentation. For example, as I have seen in other countries, I think Malaysia is one of the cheaper countries in order to open a company. No, that is very important. But after that, you show in your screen information regarding to tax property. For example, 30% of the acquisitions of property, is that correct? Oh, and in this case for La One, it's also applied this percentage, because I think,
Yes.
I don't know, for example, if I buy a house in your country in the first 5 years, I'm going to pay 30% of the value of the house.
It's not the value of the house. It's the 30% is computed based on the profit that you have made from selling the house. For instance, when the buying cost
Okay.
is 1 million, you sell at 1.5 million. So the 30% is taxed based on the 0.5 million, the profit that you have made.
Okay. That is great,
Yeah.
because that information was preoccupant. If you see that,
Okay.
that
Understand.
Yes. Well, okay, that is great, because it will be very interesting to make an analysis in order to invest in your country, because it's very cheaper. It's very cheap, and also you only have to spend 2 weeks to open a company, and in many parts of the world that is impossible. 2 weeks is very fast, no? Mm-hmm. And finally, I'm going to make just one question, because we have we have a few time, and we have to continue with other presentations. And Judith is running with that, but I have only one important question, because also you mentioned that you have important treaties in order to avoid double taxation, for example, China and Japan. So what can you tell us about which are the most important countries and industries which Malaysia can't engage business, and of course how your firm or our firm represented by you can help these investors to make a business in your country?
Okay. Probably let me just share with you the 5 biggest trading partner that we have. The biggest one is, of course, China. Second one will be Singapore, which is our neighboring country. The third one is US, United States of America. Fourth and fifth is Hong Kong and Japan, respectively. Now, the industry that they involve can be very various, from manufacturing and services. These are the 2 major areas. Manufacturing, we are looking at any form of electrical manufacturing, transport equipment. Then services are mostly on financials, insurance, takaful activities. So these are the most of the what we call activities that we have. The people are investing their business into. Not forget also, we do have this mineral field, including oils, and also IT, information technologies. They are also quite we are also quite what we call, there are quite a number of investors coming into Malaysia because of all these businesses opportunity that we have.
Okay, that is great. And finally, because as I can see, you are a connector, for example, between business with US, with Japan, and also business with Chinese, that sometimes they have a specific barrier to make business between these important, I think, the most important countries today in the world. And finally, what do you consider that are the barriers in Malaysia, respecting other countries in the area? yes, what do you consider could be the wrong things in order to make these connections of business? Because you are talking about the most important countries in economics in the world: China, Japan, USA, for example.
Sorry, just now the line was breaking. Can you repeat your questions again?
Which do you consider? What do you consider are the most important barriers or the most important things that could make difficult this business?
Oh, okay. There are two major what we call barrier. One is the import barrier. Because Malaysia, we are a Muslim country, so a lot of things it must be satisfied with this halal requirement. So yeah, so that one it could be one of the barrier for us. The second thing is I think also Malaysia, we do adopt minimum wages that you need to pay to every workers in Malaysia. So the minimum rate to pay is ringgit Malaysia 1,005, which is equivalent per month, which is equivalent to probably US dollar of maybe 400 or 300 plus US dollar. So to many of the investors, they can see this could be quite a heavy cost to bear, because there are other countries, especially our neighboring countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, they could be offering on a lower rate. Of course, there are always pro and cons entering into the other company other than Malaysia's. So you have to assess on case by case basis. But wish to highlight that we do have this minimum wage standard to be adopted in Malaysia.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chong. So
Excuse me.
I think we have to conclude this presentation, but of course,
Excuse me, Francisco Betancourt. We have only last question for Mr. Chong. To open a bank account in Labuan, you have to travel, or it can be done distant way?
Sorry, come again.
Mr. Chong, there is a question for you in the chat. The question is in order to open a bank account in Labuan. So the question is that if you want to open in Labuan a bank account, do you have to travel to that part, or maybe you can make the opening in a distant ways?
Oh no, you must travel to Labuan. That you can't do it on the other places.
Okay. That is this is the answer for Mauricio Morales, who is asking the question. Yes, so we have to finish the presentation, Mr. Chong, but it was very interesting, the information you have shared with us. And also, we really appreciate your time. Of note, we have different schedules, and for you, it's difficult.
No worry.
We expect, as in the case of Turkey, we expect in the future to make the annual partner meetings in that part of the world. It will be for us very important. It will be a pleasure to stay with you. So, Mr. Chong, thank you very much for your presentation. And
thank you. I also want to extend my warmest welcome to every one of you. If you are keen to come to Malaysia just for tourists, it's a nice country. Please come.
Yes, of course. I think that for tourism, it's a very nice country. I know two persons that have visited your country, and they really talk about very beautiful places to visit. But thank you very much, Mr. Chong, and we expect to see you very soon.
Francisco. Thank you.
In Mexico or in Malaysia. Thank you. See you. And Judith, we have finished the conversation with our panelists, and for all our partners also, we appreciate your time for listening to us. And of course, if you have any question, or if you have any question, please You can share in the chat, or maybe you can interrupt us. I don't know if with our partners there is a question.
No, I don't have a question. Thank you to all for your presentation. It was magnific. Francisco Betancourt, would you do me the honor of presenting the awards to our panelists, please?
The presents.
Yes, you can have on the screen on a moment, please.
Okay, can you share that, please?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So again, Mr. Chong, Hannah Fumero, and Ahmed and Abdallah, thank you for your participation. UC&CS America and UC&CS Global will give you this present regarding of your participation as speakers in this conference, technical conference 2022, in our annual partners meeting regarding to this topic panel, doing business in 3 continents in the Great Reset Americas, Costa Rica. So this present is for the leak that is, as I understand, is accounting Ana Fumero Obregón. Thank you very much for your participation, Ana.
Thank you very much, Francisco and all.
Thank you, Ana. And the next present is for CPA Ahmed Nasif for your participation as a speaker in this technical conference 2022 in our annual partners meeting with the topic panel doing business in 3 continents in the Great Reset. In this case, regarding to Turkey, and of course, as Mauricio make a promise to make next year the annual partner meeting in Turkey. Also, thank you to Hamed and to Abdallah. We really appreciate the information you provide us. Thank you, Hamed, and thank you, Abdallah.
Thank you, Ahmed, and you. Thank you, Abdallah. We should go to the boss photo.
And finally, the final present for Mr. Chong Kwang Fok, UC&CS America and UC&CS Global appreciates your important participation as a speaker in the technical conferences 2022 regarding to our annual partners meeting regarding to the topic doing business in 3 continents in the Great Reset. Of course, representing Malaysia, and a very beauty country for vacation. So thank you, Mr. Chong Wang. We expect to see you very soon with us, or maybe we are going to visit you very soon. Thank you for your participation and the information provided. Okay, so Judith, we have finished with this panel. You can continue with the annual partner meeting, and thank you very much to you for your time invested in this part of the meeting. Thank you to Mauricio, and for me a pleasure to continue with this topic regarding to making business. I expect next year, of course, they can give me the opportunity to present the information regarding Mexico, because all the information has been about Malaysia, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Spain, Italy, and of course we have to talk about Mexico one time. Thank you, Mauricio, and thank you.
Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Carlos Castro to please do us the honor of presenting the award to Francisco Betancourt, please. Is Carlos Castro there?
Thank you, Judith. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's an honor to me, the leader, to this recognition to the CPA or lawyer Francisco Betancourt, to directing the panel doing business in 3 countries in the Great Reset. Excellent as usual. Pancho. Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie, Carlitos, Pana. Thank you very much. And of course, as I told you, we expect very, very soon to stay together again because the conditions of the pandemic are complicated, but we expect to be again in person with all of you. Thank you very much.
Very well, your presentation. It's good to me. Say hi.
Okay,
Thank you very much. We are going to recess for a few minutes and we will back again. Please don't go.
1, 2, 3, probando, probando. Esta es una prueba de interpretación. Estamos probando el sonido. Prueba de interpretación. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Probando. Esta es una prueba para el sonido de la interpretación saliente. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, esta es una prueba de interpretación, es una prueba para el sonido saliente de la interpretación. Esta es una prueba. Hello. Good afternoon. We're back and we will continue with our agenda. I would like to ask accountant or Room if she can, within the framework and the institution of the next one. We are. Está subido. I would like to tell you, if you need English for any situation, you have to change the world icon. Yesterday, ya me quitaron el sonido.
Por ahí también, a ver si los intérpretes ya...
¿Me dan más volumen, por favor?
Tienen cerrado su micrófono los intérpretes, si le pueden abrir, por favor, para que ya los podamos escuchar en idioma inglés. Eso es todo. Gracias.
Parece que ya. Y bueno, nada más también.
Okay. I would like to add, Adrián. A lot of people have been asking regarding the language. I don't know if you want to say something, Adrián, for those that were not or have not had the opportunity to connect. So please tell them what's happening with the different languages we're using. Give me a second, please. And I'm going to show in the screen. In the meanwhile, I would like to ask accountant Orfa to put us into context for the next steps in our agenda and our next guest panel. Thank you. Good morning. Yes. In fact, we will start a panel. We want that the participant knows about the best practices in terms of prevention and control of laundering of money. We are going to talk about past, present, and future banking compliance in anti-laundering practices, corporate vision with a global scope. Thank you very much. We have here ¿está abierto? No, está abierto. Well, in the meanwhile, que está cerrado, pero no, aquí mi micrófono está abierto. Ok, van a hacer una prueba los técnicos. Acaba de aparecer esto. ¿Me quedo muteada o me desmuteo? Pues no sé quién me tiene muteada, entonces le voy a poner que me desmute, ¿no? Sí. ¿Me escuchan? 1, 2, 3. Ok, me tenían muteada desde el host.
Sí.
Okay, our technical problems have been solved. The moderator for this panel is an excellent lawyer, member of this company, of this firm, Carlos Castro. He is from Venezuela. He is a founder member from the Castro Parra y Asociados. He has been working since 2006 in the independent network of public accountants and the UCSC America. And since 2010, he's a member of the global part of the company with an exclusive representation in Caracas. He has a board experience, not less than 31 years in the public accountant field, and 30 years in corporate law, specialized in taxes in both branches. He's an international member of Peña Castro Garcia SC, looking for the control and development of new businesses in Mexico, Central America, South America regarding taxes, legal consulting, labor technology, in systems consulting, administrative consulting, brand negotiation, and he's been active from 2016. He's also the chairman of our legal committee. We will also have the pleasure to listen Aquilino Perez. He's an honoris causa from the Algebra University. He's also a member and partner of tax consultants and auditors. He has a board experience in coordination and supervision of legal department. It has experience in the commercial, civil, labor fields, etc. He has worked in the public branch, in the public side. He has a great experience in international and national companies. He has also been general director of several companies abroad. He's also specialized in foreign trade, in practical cases solution. He has a master's degree in juridical practice, also in maritime law, and has an honor medal by the Mexican entrepreneurs in 2019. He's member of the counselors and member of the Ilustre Colegio de Abogados in Vigo. He's coordinator and speaker in the law seminar in the Club Financiero de La Coruña in 2011. He's also a speaker before several forums and has several publications of papers in legislative novelties and information leaflets. We will also have the presence of Hilmer Barrios. He's a science doctor in law, also for financial institutions. He's a specialist on commercial arbitrage, a specialist in corporate law. He has a master's degree and a postgraduate certificate in Salamanca, España. Also in 2008, he received the award as Latin lawyer. Is member of the Mexican Arbitrage Center, and he's member of the Venezuelan Clients Center. And last but not least, we will have Alejandro Ferral. He belongs to MFDSC, corporate consulting firm, belonging also to UC&CS. And I give the floor to the moderator of this panel, Carlos Castro. We give you the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing us to bring you all this information. And I hope it is of great interest for you and for all our colleagues. I'm happy to be in this global meeting. We chose to talk about this subject with all the panelists, all the members, and all the partners chose to talk about this. And as Oprah said, we decided to talk about the past, present, and future compliance of banks and anti-laundering practices. And why did we choose this subject? Well, due to the pandemic, and even before it, we really are interested in talking about capital gains. And money laundering is a great obstacle. Having specialists in our organization that are capable of stopping situations like this and having in place all the documents so that anytime we have an emergency, we can activate our system and open the accounts again. It's crucial. In this way, we can avoid stopping the continuity of operations. This compliance, it's like an insurance for our customers. It is a preventive measure, a legal preventive measure for our customers. I would like to give the floor to Aquilino Perez, who is going to give us a scope of this law from Europe. Thank you, Carlos. Dear peers, I send you a warm greeting from Spain. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. And I hope everything is said here turns out to be of interest for you. I would like to give a global overview on how capital market is in Spain, and in a more practical way, which are the tools that at least our firm in Spain offers our customers in order to have a prevention crime system in their companies. Of course, this is not 100% making free companies from suffering this, but it will be of great help. Well, this is something, what I'm going to say, that has to do with Spanish legislation. It is based on 2010 and 2012 legislation. We really are based on these new amendments that were done because we are basically working according to the laws from 1995. And each country in turn have to make the updating and modifications of the guidelines that Brussels established. It is important also to highlight that there's a public assistance service that is the executive service for the prevention of laundry activities in monetary fields. This is an organism that has a lot of activity in this field, not only in Spain, but it is also contributed contributing in a very important way in the European Union. Laundering in our law is a crime against equity, and it includes several activities that allow the integration of the activities of the crime to incorporate certain assets to illegal activities. What they pretend, what criminals pretend, is to give an appearance of legality to certain goods that have been obtained in an illegal way, allowing the use of them, the wrongful use of them. And this is what this panel is going to talk about. They try always to erase traces from illegal sources. In Spain, it is considered a crime to do so, and it is based on several international elements that try to fight criminality, specifically those regarding drug trafficking. It is important to know which are the juridical goods, and in Spain we have two. The first one belongs to the economic system and the ownership of them, and also the interest of the government in these crimes, because the government is also impacted by these practices. This is an activity crime that is committed in order to give a legal appearance to the gains obtained through a previous crime. The basic type of this crime of laundering money is acquiring or possess, convert, or transmit goods in order to hide the illegal source of the goods. Other people participating in this same crime in various ways are also considered criminals. So the people involved in these transactions or transferences are considered criminals. There's an even worse criminal, and the Spain code has a more definite sanction to other crimes like drug trafficking, any crime that has to do with the Spanish territory. Also forbidden activities for public officers. There's also a complementary sanction if these crimes are committed by a criminal organization, especially for the administrators and the top management of these institutions. These crimes are regulated in Spain law. And the sanctions are applied if the person knows that this is a property that has an illegal source. In the jurisprudence of Spain, anybody is susceptible of laundering money. Capital laundering is a direct and evident proof. And the proofs are a track, an indicator, or a known fact that indicates that there has been a crime. For example, appearance of great amounts of money with any kind of justification, the movement of great amounts of money, cash specifically, or funds coming from foreign countries. After this explanation within the legal framework, capital laundry in Spain, we have to see which is the tool that we can. Aquilino, didn't you have some slides to present? I sent them. Judith, can you please integrate these slides? Because I think that the presentation would be a little bit clearer. We could clarify several points if we use the presentation.
You can advance, Aquilina, while we find the slides. Well, this is a part that describes all the tools that we as lawyers can make available to our customers. So any public personality or companies can determine their responsibility in their organizations with a prevention plan as well. And this is a working tool that we have used to offer our customers to prevent that they can incur in criminal acts. In this sense, companies base their regulations in an organic law from 2010 that comes from 1995, and it is when companies can have a criminal accountability for crimes committed by administrators or workers. The truth is that this crime prevention system is not mandatory in Spain. However, it is advisable. The same criminal code in Article 31 through the description of all the companies that have any crime prevention system. It is not for all crimes, but only to some crimes. The purpose for us is to design each prevention plan, which is specific, customized based on the criminal code, to prepare a risk map of all the crimes that this company can fall into, and then carry out a survey of this company to know exactly which crimes this company can fall into. So the purpose of these plans is to install a plan, to put it in place, and survey its correct implementation. So it is a useful tool at the end. Yes, please go ahead. Which is the slide that he's right now using. Okay, correct. You're going to let us know, please. Go on, go on. Yes, please go on. Okay, next. That's the one. As I said, the purpose of these prevention plans is to exempt the criminal action of a company. The basic difference is that the responsibility is based on these plans, and then the sentence is going to be lower if there's a prevention plan in place. And the difference is that if a company is already with a prevention plan before the crime is committed, and this plan is applied in a thorough manner, then the company can be exempted of this criminal responsibility, and the attenuation comes into place that if the crime comes into place and then there is no plan, but after this crime is committed, and then the company undertakes a decision to implement a prevention plan, then this can mitigate their responsibility. In this case, as I said, in order to attain this attenuation or mitigation, there should be a crime prevention plan. We need to demonstrate that the administration body has adopted and executed that plan before the commission of the crime. And it should also apply control mechanisms. The company, in addition, should carry out a thorough supervision with this prevention model. And also in Spain, you can appoint a prevention officer so they can survey the proper application and update of the prevention plan that is implemented. Therefore, the company should prevent any action that are outside the plan control with this prevention plan. In order to get the mitigation of this responsibility, it is necessary to carry out these activities of the crimes, because we were talking about these crimes in the criminal code. And this is work which is carried out by lawyers in collaboration with the companies. Once the possible crimes are spotted, then the corresponding processes are going to be implemented to prevent them. In addition, the company should have enough resources to make effective this plan. It is necessary to inform about these possible risks and non-compliance to all the organizational charge of the company. Every employee should be aware that there's a crime prevention plan. They are obliged or committed to this compliance. In addition, such plan contains a disciplinary system that is also applying some penalties aside from the prevention plan. In addition to the application and compliance, it is necessary that it is authorized not only by the standards, but also due to any company changes that may arise. If a company opens a new business line or a new supplementary economic activity, they are obliged to extend the plan to cover these new risks that might arise as a result of this new activity in the company. Next, please. As I was saying, the exemption of criminal responsibility is possible, but there's also the possibility that the company cannot get this exemption because there's no plan in place, but they can get a mitigation of responsibility because after the crime commission, they undertook the measures to prevent this crime from happening in the future. And this prevention plan is implemented before the oral trial. Now, talking about penalties or convictions, companies that committed any type of this crime can have fines, temporary closure of their premises, and also they are banned to get any public grant and contracting with the public sector or obtain benefits or fiscal incentives or social security incentives. And the most serious penalty would be to terminate the company. And this is the next. Next, please. And well, this is it on my part. I wanted to mention something else, but I recalled something after the comment of Mr. Chonch in Malaysia about the maximum time to create a company in Malaysia, and he said 2 weeks. And this sounds really attractive. To this respect, recently the government of Spain has just passed a new law, and they are trying to speed up all the paperwork for the incorporation of a company. The first measure is that the minimum social capital is going to be €1 for a company, and then all these procedure to incorporate a company can be online, and with this you can speed up all the processes to incorporate a company in Spain. This is it. I thank you for your patience and attention. Thank you, Aquilino. Very interesting, all these presentation that you have just given. It is clear how all these anti-money laundering law is implemented in Europe, particularly in Spain. And it is really interesting that there are some criminal sanctions for companies. In the past, it was different. We saw it differently. From different continents. And I feel that the attractiveness to sell this service, there are mitigations for these criminal figures. There are some mitigation measures if you have a compliance plan in place. So thank you very much again. And now I think that there are some questions so you can supplement all this information. Thank you very much, Aquilino. Well, now we will continue with the panel. And now let's turn to South America, basically to Venezuela. As you know, Venezuela has suffered a number of economic sanctions that have impacted trade in our country, mainly oil. And in this sense, we are on the spotlight for banks in the United States, and they have prevented or they have caused that many bank accounts are closed, leaving without operations many companies. In this sense, we can have some experts in this topic to help the economy. This is an operating polarization. And our next speaker, Mr. Gilbert Barrios, Judith already mentioned his bio. He's going to explain how this topic has been managed in the world, and also my partner Hilmer works a lot with the United States, where we mainly keep accounts of Venezuelan businessmen. The presentation of Mr. Hilmer. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your location. It is my pleasure to address to you, especially to talk about a country that has strong questionings and questions, as my dear Venezuela. And I know that many questions are posed due to the events in the last years. And this presentation is targeted to clear up some uncertainties about the treatment given to control of capitals, terrorism, financing, and also massive destruction weapon crimes. It is interesting for me to hear that they have spoken about different businesses, taxes, and all variable factors that are necessary to consider when we develop investment projects in a country, or to locate yourself as a company to prospect businesses in one or another way. In this sense, when you speak about businesses that could become an obstacle, that is prevention of capital fleeing. And one of the obstacles have to be seen as an opportunity. So these businesses, when they are prospected, have a positive economic horizon, not only in terms of yield, but also respect to legal terms where the business is located, and especially a good relationship with the regulating authority. In several countries with economic freedom, there are, or there's more respect to the possibility of investment, private property. In those countries, the compliance rate of matters related to capital market fleeing is high. When we talk about the terms to create a company, when we talk about the possibility of obtaining incentive and benefits, well, capitals are a core element. That's why I was saying that this shouldn't be an obstacle, but an advantage in order to open doors, not only in the country that we want to open the business, but also where we want to take our goods and services from one point to another point. And what do I mean by that? We need to talk about new entrepreneurs, new businesses, without considering money laundering. It's really precarious. The business is not going to cohabit with this control list that, well implemented, will incentivize benefits. Having said that, what happens in Venezuela? In Venezuela, after 2001, that certainly represent one before and after in the area of money laundering, Venezuela started to adapt itself to these principles in the international arena, and Venezuela implemented several of these standards, and they concentrated their efforts in the banking sectors that were previously regulated to prevent harmful effects of money laundering. So, the Venezuelan legislation advanced. So nowadays, it gathers some features and top standards, just as in Europe or United States. That is, beyond you can challenge about social policies, financial policies of Venezuela, there's a legal framework in money laundering prevention that is not going to be weird of investors that are used to have foreign businesses. And it is important to state this. Venezuela, when it concentrates big oil fields, the efforts that they have had in renewable energies, the country offers a very interesting investment level. We need to control it, we need to manage it properly. But certainly, when you carry out an economic legal analysis, this investment is still attractive. As a result of this, and considering progresses in this combat against money laundering, the regulations that we have nowadays covers other areas: insurance, tourism, the real estate sector, and another sector that it's a very new one in a boom, like the crypto asset sector. Or say it in a different manner, we are in a country where the activity of this economy was somehow marked in 2009, where the government realized that the Venezuelan economy included private capital and should allow for something. But also they had policies for money laundering. And that's why I insist this could be reflected, but now it covers some other sectors. For example, the hydrocarbon sectors that I already mentioned. Making businesses in Venezuela in the hydrocarbons sector without a governance body for money laundering controls is not going to yield benefits, because they are going to have revenues that will be sent to the headquarters of these companies. You have the presentation. Can you please indicate the slide you want to see? Okay, another one, please. Another? Okay, there. So what happens? This regulation framework applicable to all sectors, and for example, the hydrocarbon sector, needs to consider that money laundering prevention policies should be aligned to the banks where they are going to send proceedings, capital, repatriation, dividends, or concentrate economic resources in any account under the conditions and perception, which is wrong sometimes or certain, depending. If you don't have a good money laundering program, it is very probable that you are going to get your accounts blocked, closed by banking institutions or by regulations and authorities. In this sense, the task of those of us devoted to corporate compliance and the advising of foreign investors would be easing the way, opening doors, establishing controls that prevent money laundering, but also create trust with all the stakeholders of the investor. It is also true that we have the compliance. Compliance sometimes is exaggerated. Sometimes they apply controls beyond what it should be applied. So the investor needs to be prepared. Let's advance, please. Next slide. Okay. The Venezuelan standard, when they refer to risk assessment in money laundering prevention, defines a structure or has adopted a structure that it is not foreign to international standards, but also covers these standards. Consequently, what a company should have in place in any economic sector as a money laundering prevention program to make businesses in Venezuela, manuals, procedures, corporate governance, well defined regarding responsibilities. There also should be a culture and training in this field. It seems easy. Sometimes our customers think this is really easy, and it turns out that no, not all investors are aware of implementing or make effective these money laundering controls. It is understandable. They want businesses, they want revenue, and controls represent an obstacle. But we need to understand that in this field, it is not an obstacle, but an opportunity. That's why this culture and training of the program, even when it seems simple, requires hours of work to convince investors and related parties that there's a program implemented in good condition. An important aspect is related to intelligence, artificial intelligence, technological tools, how helpful they are, and the minimum participation of the human resource. In some activities, they migrate to artificial intelligence certain activities, certain practices. In prevention, this migration cannot be complete. The intervention of human beings, it's going to be necessary between 70 to 80%. And I'm saying this because it is practical in this era to facilitate some activities with these tools, but we need to consider that human resources, according to the good criterion and good analysis, it's really important. Finally, independent audits. A good money laundering prevention program in Venezuela, in Mexico, and Malaysia should be audited constantly. Why? Because, as it was mentioned in an event, it's not only formalities or saying that I have a program and I am complying with it. No, it is certainly to prevent our investments to contaminate with money laundering. So money laundering is a reality that generates millionaire fortunes. And it is seeking to get embedded in companies to obtain more benefits. So we're not talking about compliance with something just for the sake of it, but taking care of our investment, especially in a country like Venezuela that still has great opportunities. Doors are still open. They are prosperous in terms of income return in the energy sector. But certainly, in many sectors, they find some aversion or rejection due to some messages that have been conveyed, some of them well paid, some others not. But this is a topic of another talk. So, having said that, what's the use, the importance of professional intervention as the ones in this forum in these identification mechanisms to prevent money laundering? For example, when we're talking about companies merges, carrying out these processes for fusion, mergers, acquisition needs the review not only of financial statements, but also fixed assets, current assets, how they are prepared in prevention measures. In some occasions, due diligence is not taking this into account. It turned out that at global level, this is a fundamental topic, and neglecting it could be neglecting a prosperous and benefit investment. Why? Because in principle, we can advance in the incorporation of a company, how to start a business, and how to identify the investment sector. However, all this time that you gained can be lost. If you neglect compliance and prevention, then you have an issue that can affect, as I said, even with the criminal responsibility of shareholders and related parties. In other words, and not to extend myself, in Venezuela nowadays, the regulation framework for money laundering is keeping close relationship with international standards. Any of you can prove that.
In this term, there will be nothing strange. But it is important that this variable is effectively considered. When we talk about juridical security, economical quality, and the efforts that have been made in the private sector in order to have a better scenario for all of you that want to come and make business here and doing business here, the prevention for capital laundry is important. It's not a problem. It is a tool that allows us to have opportunities in every place in the world. It has been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much. Hilmer, thank you very much. I think that everybody has had very clear that this protection is important and how we can benefit of it, especially from the point of view of their income. We have had success cases where some accounts have been closed, but in 2 years, showing that we are complying with the law, and we are very proud for that. They have been reopened again. So we will continue with this world scope. And now is the turn of a very good friend and colleague, Alejandro. Alejandro will show us the North American vision and the vision in China. Alejandro, I give you the floor. And if you have any presentation, please, Alejandro and Judith, please show it on the screen. Hilmer, thank you very much. Anacno Perez. We continue. We are projecting your slides now. Thank you for the presentation. I greet you, UCCS. Thank you for the invitation to participate. I also would like to thank the technical part that is so important in the organization of this meeting. Thank you very much. Well, I will make a comparison between Mexico and China regarding money laundering. And how this effect has been evolving. If they have grown, if they have been reduced, we will analyze, and when comparing Mexico with China, we will see the opportunity areas that we have in our legislation and things that we have to accomplish yet. Since we don't have much time, we will start. Money laundering crimes, as well as the effectiveness between Mexico and China, have been growing every year. There hasn't been a decrease in this type of crime. In China, there's a zero tolerance for money laundering crimes. According to the FPS in China, in 2020, 221 people were arrested, suspected of money laundering, and some people also were processed due to this. In Mexico, twice as many people committed money laundering, 368.2 money laundering cases. The Central Bank of China, when inspecting financial institutions, 614 in total that were reviewed regarding capital laundering, determined that 537 financial institutions had not complied with the law, incurring in 526 yuan problem. In China, starting in 2020, Amendment 11 started to be in place. It had been very anticipated and expected, this amendment, before the implementation, and there were new crimes included. Public health crimes, for example, biosecurity, and the reinforcement for money laundering. It means that I myself apply a normativity and the legal standards in benefit on money laundering, and that shouldn't be done. So now China is intensifying the measurements against money laundering. In Mexico, it has been done too, and they study the implication of laws and the different implications and try to improve interpretation of the previous laws. In terms of the GAFI, which is not an international body, is an intergovernmental organization created in 1989. The purpose is to establish laws in order to avoid capital laundering. There are 40 recommendations that have been issued there. The most important ones are, and I'm going to talk about them. It is necessary to say first that these recommendations have a non-binding character in a direct way, but in an indirect way, it is working because all the different member states are driven and pushed by the states. And these amendments urge states to observe and abide by it. So capital laundering is being condemned. Necessary tools are established for the confiscation and prosecution of crimes related to capital laundering. And more important is the implementation of policies within banks to verify the identification of people, identification of companies, and registration of all suspicious transactions or operations that are made through the banks. The banking intelligence body has also been established in each member state so that they process the registration and the reports of these kind of transactions, because the financial intelligence bodies work as an audit body because they are in charge of studying these reports. On the other hand, financial intelligence units cooperate with the international community by means of the exchange of this information. Within all this, we have three main streams: money laundering, combat to terrorism, and massive destruction weapons. But in Mexico, if we positivize these international recommendations, and when doing so, we have now a fourth stream that is a tax point of view. So we are going from a totally legal world where the compliance should be legal, and also we are going now, we are transiting towards an accounting compliance. If we see the objective, the aim of this practice that is protecting economy is also to encourage that economy is stable and avoid illegal resources. How do cartels operate within the economy and money laundering at an international level? Well, in the case of the Cartel de Sinaloa, led by El Chapo Guzman, in the year 2008, or starting in 2008, Chinese entrepreneurs started to money laundry via U.S. operations through the use of ghost companies, abroad accounts, and most of these accounts were in the United States to launder money coming from the sale of drugs and all kinds of drugs. It was what it was done was that the law declared guilty or ruled as guilty the Chinese top management of these companies, but the laundered money in the United States was sent to China. coming from the United States, because sometimes they are not so financial or tax management. The money came from the United States, then it went to China, and then it came to Mexico for the financing of criminal activities. And in this way, we can see that we have the operation of the cartel using the financial system in the United States. And in that sense, Tom Dingham says in his book, Rule of Law, that the implementation of right state has to do not only with the political and juridical aspect. It has also been proven that in the last year, it also has to do with the economy of the states. And if we are totally ruled and regulated by the law, brings some certainty and positive things, especially the economic growth of states. So if we have more protection, more ruling, we have a greater growth in the state. If we want to know the criteria of the People's Republic of China, and we are going to summarize a little bit due to time concerns, from 1975, the United States and the USSR were against China in this sense. So China had to look for the economic growth in other developed states. And that's why they have 5 more constitutions, because they wanted to grow. Chinese ideology is structured in the policy of the economic development priority. It is a rigid state with strict laws to be followed. And all the changes that they have gone through have been producing a more efficient state with more emphasis in the economic growth. But the civil laws are unprotected? No, they are not. Because the Chinese state apply all the international treaties when they are not against their own laws. And that's the good thing about it. So China have recognized 33 or 23 treaties. And what does this has to do with money laundering? It is very simple. China pursues the economic development, but the crime law establish the principles upon which money laundering is conceived, also tax evasion, other crimes in Mexico. Of many crimes that are foreseen in several Mexican laws. For Chinese legislation, there's not a specific anti-laundry capital law because it exists within the constitution. Chinese will establish a sanction depending on the added value or the capital gain that it is obtained due to this crime, and prison time going from 5 to 10 years, and sometimes perpetual prison. And it also establishes some other things, because China is not going to say, I am going to sanction your gains or apply this and that law and take away your gains from you. The law is there, the constitution is there, and confiscation applies. If we compare it to Colombia, what Colombia does is to declare that the person doesn't have the right to those
goods because they were unlawfully acquired, or those unlawfully acquired cannot be used because they were acquired based on wrongful processes. But China has a more exact and determined specific concepts that are included in the law. In Mexico, we have several bodies. It goes through a procedure that is established. In Mexico, we have the WIF procedure. I don't know if there's a deficient standardization of the situation, if it does not work, or we have a lot of red tape. In Mexico, we have a tax act versus money laundering, and the important concepts are vulnerable activity, customers or users. And we have a very confusing term. With the user or customer. These terms should be used for the financial control institutions or financial institutions, not for the anti-laundry or the money laundry law. We also have the beneficiary or the controller beneficiary. If we take into consideration that the controller beneficiary and the owner beneficiary represents more than 50%, in the tax code, it went down to the 15%. And this represents a merging, because the persecution has a different meaning, different from the one it was created for. The supplier of resources is not included in the law, but continues to appear in Rule 3 of the glossary of terms. And the supplier of resources is who pays in the name of another person without being the most important or holder of the operation or transaction, but it appears. And as it had been said, what we are seeing in these two theses is that the laundry law prohibits the act, not the person, the act. And when prohibiting the act, it is paralyzing the economy, because the laundry law prohibits something even more, an amount beyond the one that provides for Article 32. But the jurisprudence of these courts is that Article 32 cannot limit operations in cash because the money law is not prohibiting it. So if I can receive an operation in any amount, I have to deposit that money on the financial institution. So if the WIF blocks your accounts and we are going through right operations, we have a problem. So we have inefficient laws, and that's why we win in the courts. This table represents all the vulnerable operations starting in 2013. and to and 2022. Money laundering activities have been increasing. So the efforts of the member states, the WIF efforts, and the GAFI efforts to eliminate this trend of the application of these resources and the crimes made with this money have not given the effects that we are looking for. If we review the year 2022 from January to June, we are achieving the total amount of 2021. And from 20 to 21, it was a substantial increase. During this year, fiscal year 2022, we have 2,800,000 operations amounting to 2,800,000. But public servants are the ones that we know in Mexico really launder money. We have 411 reports versus the great amount of money that is part of the figures. Of course, I know that reports do not mean crime. It means that we are notifying the operation that is taking place. But it means that we have a great deficiency in the operation of our state. Finally, these are the constitutional reliefs presented in accounts to launder money. And the blocked accounts and unblocked accounts are very low. So the question is, the regulation and the implementation through the WIF for the laundry operations, plus all the regulations that have been established, is something, if they are effective or not, is something that we will know with time. And this question is flying in the wind. Thank you very much for your attention. But and it's important to notice here the efficiency or lack of efficiency of states like China and Mexico in this regard. This comparison is very clear in this presentation. You have shown in the different countries how law is applied in this sense. I have some questions prepared, but Judith has notified or reported that we don't have time. Mr. Castro, if you want to pose the questions, please go ahead. Well, I would like to pose a question. Do you consider, or how do you consider that we, as an accounting firm, how could we understand our customers? How could make our customers understand that it is important to comply in this sense in order to be protected in this area, as Hilmer said, as Aquilino said, as Alejandro said? Being protected against this kind of crimes is very important for the continuity of operations. Many of our customers, being in critical countries like Mexico, like Colombia, some of our customers are not interested in complying. I would like you to take between 2 and 5 minutes. How do you consider that we could make a campaign to raise awareness among our customers regarding this subject? Of course, this is not an easy selling product because it doesn't make our customer to win or to earn money. I'm sorry, to earn money, but it protects it. It is useful to order economic activities. And that's what we have to show, that it is a protection in the criminal aspect. And it helps in the organization of economical activities. We have noticed that it would be a product that could be more easily sold if we really treated them as a tool that could protect them, might not help them earning money, but could help them be protected. Thank you, Aquilino. And now, Hilmer, what's your opinion in this regard?
Yes, I would state this in this way. In a brief manner, if we want profitable businesses, we should be prepared and available to avoid any threat. As Alejandro said, money laundering has no limits. It grows and it develops in huge steps. And they are also innovating. Not only good people do that. And then businesses without this control won't be successful. I would just put it in these terms. Thank you very much, Wilma. Very clear. How do we sell this so important topic? As a firm, when we offer these kind of services, we are not offering this straightforward. It implies that companies have to spend more, and that's quite expensive. Therefore, we need to start by serving, by carrying out an analysis and take hand in hand the customer to realize that they are doing these operations and implications. Sometimes companies carry out these operations and they do not know that they need to report hiring personnel, capital increase, etc. And they are involved in daily activities of the company and they have not presented the corresponding notice. So by means of a survey, I think this could be a feasible mechanism to let the company know about the need of implementing a compliance or corporate policy, legal and fiscal at the same time. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Judith, I just want to thank first all of you for having allowed us to bring this information to you. And we hope that we have planted that seed in your mind so you start aiding your customers to get protected from these consequences of money laundering and implications of this law, that we protect them as advisors. That's our final goal. And I want to thank this panel, Alejandro, Wilmer, excellent presentations. You are the stars of this committee. I thank you for your participation. And of course, as Alejandro said, to all the organizers of this event, and also the nice manners of Judith, Remedios, Adrian, and of course, all the others. And of course, Mauricio Mobarak, our leader, that leads us hand in hand. So now we are ready. Judith, I give you the floor. Thank you very much. I want to ask Miguel Ángel Quiñones to honor us by handing out these participation diplomas. Go ahead, please. Thank you. It is my pleasure. Before anything, I want to thank all the legal committee for these experiences that have been conveyed, which are widely accepted by all of us. And as it was mentioned, I think that our customers could be involved without knowing. So we need to carry out checklists of all the daily operations days. This Gordian knot cannot be undone. It is so complicated that you need to cut it. There's no way to untie it. It is not easy to untie this knot. So in 2022, we had this famous war of Ukraine and Russia. This event, I was traveling to Mexico last week, and it is not so common as it is in Europe. We are flooded with news from this region. We know Ukraine almost better than our country because we have massive news from this region. And this war is complicating a lot our economic analysis. So the idea was originally to carry out an economic presentation. However, we need to integrate many geopolitical elements and also emotional elements. On the other hand, there is also very low sensitivity in other parts of the world, but there is a crisis, an energetic crisis in Europe. It is already known that we are not going to have enough energy sources this winter. Hopefully, it's not going to be a very harsh winter. Without gas from Russia, Europe will face problems to produce enough electricity, and they will also face heat and industrial production issues. On one side, electrical production. On the other hand, the use of gas in some industries or some households. It is not known yet if there's going to be enough gas. But what it's known is that it is much more expensive because price rocketed in the last months. We also have the central bank balance famous problem. In the last years, central banks have assured certain liquidity level not to have a financial crisis. The idea was to reduce the position in the balances of this central bank. However, the market looks much more complicated than it was estimated, and then all the steps are slower. And there are also volatilities in raw materials. It started before the war between Ukraine and Russia. It started as a result of inflation, and when the Ukraine war started, there was strong speculation in the prices of raw materials. However, I need to say that many of these prices are below prices of February, starting the war, and many of these raw materials are also below prices of early 2022. So, we also have all over the world the return of inflation. This is a more acute problem, and it is the responsibility of everybody. This element was not expected in these levels. Before the inflation, they thought that it was going to decrease back, and it affects middle class and low-class population. A good part of current inflation, when we talk about energy, when we talk about food, prices are quite highly affected. We're still facing supply chain problems. Any of you that bought a new car, some machines, already are aware it is really difficult to receive products of high quality. There's always a missing part from China or Asia. So these supply chains are facing big issues for industrial processes. The globalization. I don't know how you could write that word. Deglobalization is another complication in industrial processes. Many companies or countries are trying to organize themselves to find or relocate production sites to shorten distances between production parts. Now, the topic is try to make businesses at home or with your neighbors. And the last risk that we are aware of is the risk of the wrong monetary policy. The only way to fight inflation is to increase rates, but that affects the economic activity, you know. And I'm going to go further into details in my presentation. So this is what we are facing. Not all problems are economic, but all of them affect the economy. It is not well known yet how this big issue is going to be resolved with all these elements in place. A reminder, in January 22 started inflation. We were already in January with inflation rates around 3-4%. This it's a weird inflation because it is triggered by the supply. It is not an overconsumption. A high economic activity that could be an element due to demand. This is more on the side of supply due to the lack of products, food, agricultural production of Russia and Ukraine. As well, we need to consider the pandemic management by China. Still, this year, whole cities or harbors, ports during weeks or months were closed or locked down. And this affected the shipment of some products to Europe and the United States. So, the traditional measure of increasing interest rates implies weakening economic activity and also putting at stake the sector of construction and real estate. And if it takes longer, then it could also put pressure on the financial sector. This is to show you worldwide inflation. As you can see, it started months before the war. We have similar curves between the United States and Europe in big regions. We can see that you see something more stable in the last days, but figures are scary. Financial markets are fearful. We lived for many years with almost no inflation or levels close to 2% at central banks. And this quick increase of interest rates, it's a concern. And central banks will start to fight against this inflation. In economic growth, it was a quite flat economic growth of all the economies during many years, up to the downfall of COVID. And then after COVID-19, we got back to those levels, not to say below zero, but certainly we will know about some recession quarters starting maybe next quarter. This recession could impact on unemployment and probably will reduce inflation. Another figure is the position of central banks. As you see, this was widely used in the United States, Europe, not so much at the beginning, but when the pandemic started, we saw that all central banks, Japan, Switzerland, everybody started to issue money to make sure that financial banks had enough liquidity. This is an interesting chart, volatility of currencies. And this is compared to US dollar 2022. This only two foreign currencies that increased more than dollar are Mexican peso, the Brazilian real, and the Russian ruble that dropped a lot but recovered. And it is 22.73 more than the US dollar. And all the other currencies that have appreciated before the US dollar. We can also see that the Swiss franc dropped and the euro almost 14% compared to the dollar, and a higher volatility for the British pound, 17%. And also the Japanese yen, a weird behavior this year, dropping 21% before the US dollar. We can see that diversification outside your coin has always been interesting, but this year in Brazil, they diversified in euros, lost like 13 plus 7, like 20% in the exchange rate. A very interesting year on this side. I am showing you here yield curve in US dollars up to 1 year and then longer maturity. The highest yields are at 4.2% to 3 years, and longer maturity terms and the lack of trust is also affected by investors. Those that see a relatively weak yield up to 30 years because the yield is 3.5%. So this kind of inverse curve, it's a very strong indicator of a recession or a near recession.
Here are some economic perspectives. Markets are focused in inflation, short-term inflation, and the acting of central banks. Central banks have a very important place. They have started being important in markets. In the United States, they increased the interest rates in the short term as a counteraction fighting inflation. This is a very strong movement that started at a very low level. But if we really look at the past, it hadn't happened so strongly, at least. There's this hope that inflation might be strong. It was expected since March. During the summer were some pressures, and they are still in place now. And although the interest rates increased, the real interest uh, are low because we have inflation at an 8%. And our interest rates are at 3 or 4%. There are negative rates in dollars, which is very, very strong for investors. Central banks are in a jail. They want to get rid of their positions in their balance sheets. And there has been also a great debt that does not allow central banks to intervene more, because if they do, we will increase our debt. And it is important to understand that in this world, except for some countries, but all that are younger than 50 years do not know inflation. In Europe and in the United States, there was no inflation since many, many years ago. And now it is time for them to integrate and to leave the different impacts that are suffered in their own countries when there is a high inflation. I have to say that there are positive figures. The corporate side, for example, have a solid and positive results. The value of shares have improved, are more favorable. We have dividend yields, we have P ratios that are very interesting for long-term investments. And in order to protect inflation, there is no better investment than shares. On the other side, I can imagine that markets have not capitalized and we can suffer a little bit more. But blue chips promise to be interesting to invest in the middle and long term. Fixed rates. This is something new and it's very interesting. There are dollar yields. We don't have euro or Swiss franc yields, so the only exchange rate that gives rates is a dollar. In 2 or 3%, we find 3 or 4% yield. It is interesting, but it does not compensate, not even halfway, the current inflation. So bonds are not very attractive. Of course, they are more attractive in having cash. Exchange rates, let's say that US dollars continue to be a reserve exchange rate. Raw materials are valued in dollars. So there's no way to avoid this, but we have to diversify with the sterling pound and Japanese yen. They are weak. They are weak because there's also high debt problems with them. But I think that the strongest exchange rate is dollar. Regarding the euro, it can be clearly seen that many central banks increase their reserves in gold, not in the price because the price of the gold has gone down. Of course, the gold suffers from the interest rates levels. Having gold instead of shares is less attractive than 2 years ago because costs play a very important role. Here we have an interesting chart or graph. In this column, to date, we can see that energy prices are higher than they were at the beginning of the year, particularly here regarding natural gas. Natural gas price has gone up a lot. And we have to know that there are different prices in the gas around the world. United States is not suffering that much because they have their own gas. And since the gas that is used in Europe is going through a shortfall, a lot is being paid here. Regarding metals, we have a much more normal situation. Many metals are below the prices at the beginning of the year, and also industrial metals. Regarding agriculture, foods, we have a situation that is not as bad as we could have thought some months ago. Food, the very expensive food like wheat flour is a little bit higher than we expected, but not with great speculations. This is a situation that is getting stabilized. Challenges for the rest of the year, especially next year. For Europe, clearly, winter's coming, so we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if we are going to have a hard or mild winter. We don't know if we are going to have enough power because a lot of gas is being used. We're going to increase our use of carbon, and we hope that France can restart their central generators. It's a very important generator in Europe, but some of their facilities had some technical problems. If we have enough of all these, we know it will be more costly. For example, I have been paying more than 50%, but we have heard about 300 or 600% increases. So depending on where we buy electricity, if it is produced by gas, it is much more expensive. Regarding hydroelectric part, and the nuclear part are a little bit less expensive. But if you use gas or carbon, prices are going up. And of course, the access, because we talked about power outages, there are many people working, encouraging people to make power savings. I don't know if there will be recommendations or regulations, because temperature has gone down at homes. It is cold, and we expect air conditioning being impacted, especially in Germany. Some money policies like this, in order to have the inflation under control, have been published. We are trying not to decrease the economic activity, how we are going to solve the problems in the positions in the balance sheets, and go through this crisis without damaging financial markets that have already gone down enough this year. The economic supports is a subject that has been discussed in Europe. Lower classes are suffering a lot with this situation, and they are very close to bankruptcy. It has happened in France, it is happening in Germany. But of course, the measurements that have been taken are against debt. So it is important to secure past finance. As last year, things happened like the conflict in Ukraine. There are some that continue. Some of them are in Putin's hands. Each week, he sends wearing signs with brutal declarations. And the European position that are supporting Ukraine without any limits, but without intervening. No one single European soldier is in the field. It's more a mental support. Some armed supplies, but we don't know what's going to happen. Things seem to be easy now, but the different regions are going to vote if they are going to be in Russia or in Ukraine. They will vote. And of course, they will prefer to be in Russia. And going into these places are going to look very much like going into Russia. When we talk about the conflicts, there are complications in the Baltic countries and some other geographical places. Another Damocles sword is the lack of control by the central banks. And finally, some other thing that is also very important is the geopolitical redefinition. Developed countries that are on the side of the United States and the European side to try to stop Putin, but the world, let's say, it's very much divided. There are many, many people that are not 100% against Russia. There are parts in the world that buy oil from Russia. There are not all the restrictions that we could think about. So things are very complicated. I don't know how's my time. Maybe could um, we could have some questions if people are interested. If you have any question, any comment, please do it now. This is the moment. Well, if later on you have a question, please write it down on the chat of this platform or the different platforms where we are broadcasting. I have a question. Are you going to talk about Bitcoins? Can you hear me? Yes. Can you say something regarding Bitcoins? For us, this is an asset. It is not an investment. It is something to pay. It is something to secure payments, wires. We do not invest in crypto coins for several reasons. Because there's not enough backup these coins. The interesting part is the blockchain. The blockchain is ensuring a value or a certain quality for these coins. There's like a proprietorship test, but they are not enough integrated in the economy and do not enjoy the recognition of central banks. So for those who have invested in crypto coins, depending on when the investment was made, it's difficult to come back to the traditional or real economy, because explaining where these funds come from, it's difficult. We have talked at YC, the money laundering, and many other things. And in order to integrate these coins into the formal economy or traditional economy that we know, it's very, very complicated. We've been in contact with important fortunes that invested at the beginning in crypto coins, and it is very difficult to test, to prove everything that is needed. So it is not for us an investment as such. The Bitcoin reality run, without speaking or taking into consideration all the others, just talking about those two. What's the price? 18,000, right? It is expensive because it went down from 64, and it is very expensive because it went up from 1 cent. But there is a limit for Bitcoins. We are getting to the maximum cap. But if I want to buy a house, for example, with my Bitcoins in Europe, it's going to be very complicated. It's going to be very difficult because depending on what the wallet is, it is complicated. The most interesting thing is when Tesla accepted Bitcoin saying Model 3 against Bitcoin because the value was 50,000 or 64,000. But the Fed, it was not official, but it's my own analysis. Maybe the Fed said, Tesla, maybe you can accept Bitcoins, but you have to guarantee that you are not participating in something that might be illegal. So there were customers that had 10,000 coins and bought 10 cars, for example, and that was their way to go back to the traditional economy, to get back that money to the traditional economy. Is that a good answer or no? There are a lot of people that are paying attention to that coin, and I really wanted to know your personal opinion. And I wanted to hear your opinion because I also want to give an informed opinion for those people that are worried and concerned because there are a lot of promotion. People promise a lot, a great amount of earnings. There was a standard leaflet of financial information on this coin. And I was personally thinking that it was not very common that a serious enterprise would be willing and interested to invest in Bitcoins. So it seemed to be serious because they had been planning to issue or to publish a bulletin. That's why my questions. A year ago, a lot was said that these 31 million Bitcoins, if they go to 150,000 million, would have a similar value to all the gold, the gold in the world. I don't know. I think it's difficult, but for us, this is a payment means. It's not a coin. It's not an investment. It is clear. Thank you very much for clarifying. Thank you very much. If there's no more questions, let's continue with our agenda. I ask Francisco Betancourt to give this award to Mr. Pochon. Hello, Stefan, and all your team. It's a pleasure to greet you and to tell you how much we appreciate your support with all these explanations. Very interesting opinions that we are not experts in. Thank you for everything. So for this reason, UC&CS America, UC&CS Global award you with this, granting you this award for all your support during 2022 in our associate meeting regarding how the Gordian knot can be caught in the economy. You know how much we appreciate you. We expect to have you soon here in Mexico. Thank you, Stefan, and please receive this award from our firm. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stefan. Greetings to you in Switzerland. See you next year live, face to face in Mexico or wherever you decide to get your meeting. We're sure that we will do that. I would ask, Borfa, Accountant Borfa Balud, I would ask you to put us in context regarding this next subject. Thank you, Judith. Now we are going to talk about the objective and methodology used in the first two standards proposed by the ISSB. We'll talk about the new standards issued by the ISSB, and I hope you enjoy this talk. Thank you very much. Mauricio, thank you very much for your invitation. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here in this 23rd meeting, annual conference, talking about the crypto coin. There's the NIF-C 2022 regarding crypto coins. And it's been established how they must be evaluated, how they have to be considered, valued. Let me introduce you. For me, it's an honor to talk about your wide experience in the professional field as well. Doctora Silvia Melhem Enriquez de Rivera will speak to us. He's a public accountant by the ITAM. He's a teacher in administration, science doctor in administration by the UNAM, certified professional in finance by the Ejecutivos de Finanzas, public accountant, certified public accountant by the Contadores Públicos Association, and also by the Escuelas Públicas de Contaduría y Administración. She is director of the academic department of the economic department in ITAM. Also in the research department. He is a full-time teacher for more than 30 years in the ITAM, being her specialty corporate government. She is a representative of the Instituto Mexicano de Contadores Públicos in the membership committee of IFAR since 2021, and she will be on duty until 2023. This has an international recognition. She's also in the Professional Accounting Organizations Development Advisory IFAC committee from 2021 to 2023. She's representative of the Public Accountant School in the Accounting Education Standards Board and president of the Association of Accountants and Financial Professions in Business. And at a national level, she's a representative of BBVA Bank, representing the bank vis-a-vis this institution. She's member of the Consejo Coordinador Empresarial. She's member of the Mexico United Fund, independent consultant of the ARA Group. She is part of the Education Commission of the Public Accountant Institution and I give you the floor.
Thank you. So I'm going to start sharing my screen and my presentation. The topic that I am going to present is new standards by the ISFC. I guess that you already are familiar with the topic. For those of you that do not have backgrounds, I'm going to start with a brief introduction. As you heard, I am representative of Mexico and the Latin American group in IFAC. In 2021, when they submitted their strategic plan updated to 2022, they carried out a survey about the trends of the profession. One of those is that there's a focus on sustainability, and due to all the topics that we know, climate change, but not only as a result of climate change, but unequal development. And the Latin American bloc, of course, is an increasing concern. Why our economies have not achieved to make resources being shared among all the population. Implications. Of course, for the profession, an increasing demand of report users. So companies can disclose information beyond historical, traditional content, but much more about sustainability. Therefore, we should be considering topics like we are reviewing, issuing, and creating information, giving our opinion. And this topic is known as integrated report. Global integration is considered as a huge opportunity for the profession. It offers the opportunity of creating higher value for these reports, and of course, with the different roles that we have traditionally held. As I said, in terms of preparation, but also in assurance, because many companies have started reporting sustainability points, and some of them are doing the greenwashing. Well, they say that they are doing a lot of things in sustainability, but of course, they are just releasing good news, but they are not disclosing some other points that are harmful for the environment or the ecosystem. So the trend is to standardize reports with a third party opinion. As these are not financial statements, it could be an important opinion for assurance. We have also mentioned that sustainability and the integrated report is linked to the digital area, and the assets to be managed are outside the box, like the financial, tangible, intangible, but it reaches untangible assets. A very important part of this administration depends on the top management or the corporate governance. That's why it has a core role in sustainability. What's a value creation report? One which is not only focused on shareholders but other groups of interest, that considers the disclosure of both financial and non-financial information, but that they are not unlinked. We will see Now, with the proposal of standards, a good part is that you can demonstrate that there's an integration between the financial and non-financial part. And which is the bridge between both? Of course, the strategy of the organization, governance, performance assessment, and particular indicators. We had already seen that the ISG standard, which is the governance, social, and environmental part, is not a new one. It's been quite for a long time outside, but it had not permeated to have the strength it has now. And the efforts started since 1997. The oldest, as you can see in the timeline, is the green one. Then we had the CDP, CDSB, and then integrated reporting, which is a trend. It started in 2012. And then what fostered it's the famous, the ODS from the United Nations. From then on, a call to countries in order to work towards the net zero for climate change started, and then a specific framework for climate action, which is the TCFD, then a very strong movement because this has happened in Europe in March at the Eastern Bloc. The reaction in the Western region, mainly United States, is that a series of standards were generated. They are already been in place and in use. They are regulatory standards for the US market, which is the SASB, SASB. Then some other groups started creating other groups, like the TCFD that created the TNFD. It is not only climate, we also need to include nature. So those are rather targeted to wildlife, flora, and additional elements, not only climate change. And then the profession response, saying who's going to standardize all these frameworks? Who knows how to do this? The IFRS Foundation that has experience of working in convergence, as we know, towards 2012, they asked international markets to adopt the IFRS. Everybody did it, even in Mexico. Mexico decided to adapt and not to adopt first. They said no for financial markets. You need to use IFRS. This foundation created another branch, which is an alternate branch, which is the SSB. That's the body that will be in charge of issuing standards, not devoted only to finances, but now they are focused on sustainability. Many discussions were held before coming to this point. These standards should be focused on what? And having so many frameworks and concepts in the market, what's the important one for companies? So we were talking about double materiality. There is a social and the environmental one, which is covered by the GRI, which is the first group of standards. But it was said that not all the environmental and social materiality has a financial impact in the company. Therefore, a company cannot disclose everything. out of this big group, they need to make a subgroup. And this is the screening part, and that's investors. The main focus of financial information are investors. So it was decided that this subgroup within the ISG area are going to be the environmental impact that are translated into financial materiality. So they have their repercussions here, and finally in opportunities and risks and cash flow of the corporation. By then, the idea that we're not unfriended, it is not that they are enemies or we have different teams, but we can work with several standards in a simultaneous manner. So we have a modular and integrated system, and each company would decide what to disclose. Some of them are mandatory, some others are voluntary. So as you can see in this chart, it is said an integrated report, it's like a house. So this integrated report house includes, and we saw this in the value creation, the financial traditional part, but it will also include the ASGs, those that are non-materially considered, and they can be disclosed for sustainability purposes. It is not something that impacts the business model of the organization. So, in this modular system, what the IFRS Foundation said, I'm going to take into consideration everything. I'm not going to start from the scratch point of view. So then let's start differentiating reference frameworks. And these reference frameworks, it's like the integrated report, which is focused to climate, which is the TCFD and CDSB, and then standards. And as I said, a reference framework tells us how to report, and the standard says what. That's the difference between the framework and the standard. And we have those developed in the United States, SASB, and those to disclose sustainability, the GRI, and those that specifically are referred to climate, which are the CDP. When works started, the IFRC Foundation said, don't think that we have not done anything here. In 2020, a document was released which is called the effect of aspects related to environment in financial statements. And for those of you that do not know this document, I'm going to show it here. It's a publication made by the IFRS Foundation before the new SSB branch was created, and they said, we have been working in this kind of publications, especially in the IAS 1. They said, whenever we have uncertainty or any judgment, doubt, we need to make estimates. And yes, there's an effect of the ESG factors in the company, so we need to consider them. Therefore, it's not completely new. Impact, of course, is in the going concern of the organization. We saw that with the pandemic. The pandemic created some going concern issues, and the pandemic came from a completely environmental part. We do not know how it came. Exactly, there are many theories, but at the end, it created important impact in business models and even some problems for going concern. And there's an acknowledgement saying that each one of the IFRS standards refer to asset deterioration caused by ESG aspects like inventory impact, tasks, property, plant, equipment, and obviously impact in the deterioration of these assets and also possible contingencies for organizations. So it is not, let's say, something that was not considered ever. Of course, it has been considered, but now all this effort is taken back, and this new issuing body takes what was created before, and that's why when even when it is of recent creation, I think that we had never seen so fast reactions when a body was created and they started to propose some new standards. As I told you, I was working for 6 years to an issuing body in IFACT, and we usually took 2 years and 8 months from the first draft to a possible standard until it went to the market. So this has been very quick, quite fast, due to the urgency of the topics. And we can see that there are two drafts for consultation. The IFRS draft is one, which is general requirements related to sustainability. And we also saw that we're talking about those financial materiality in business models. So in general terms, this NIIFS1 translated into Spanish. First, that all stated by the NIIF has to be coherent with the IFRS. That's the document that I just presented, where they were talking about NIF1, accounting policies, appraisal. So it cannot go against of what was issued by the IFRS standards. What's the focus of these new standards? Well, if it is going to have impact in the value of the company, if the ESG aspects would have any impact on the company value. And this is translated into the fact that one of these phenomena can become a risk or opportunity. So there could be uncertainty in the future cash flow of the company to the short, mid, and long term. When this standard was released, what the NIIF replied, and I was in the group of the foundation, said, what happens if I am a company that I am not listed? And how am I going to calculate the value? Obviously, those public companies will consider the price of the share. What happens if it is a small or mid-sized company? And I believe that the task of this new issuing body is whether these regulations can be easily applicable to the mid-sized and small company, SMEs. In general terms, we have the following. This new standard is focused on these actions. Remember the chart. How the financial and non-financial parts are bound. In the middle, we have governance, number one, two, strategy, C, risk management, and letter D, metrics and goals or objectives. Now, talking about governance, What the company should disclose is how its governance structure and members take into account and survey risks, opportunities related to sustainability. And as all of us know, the top body is the shareholder assembly. So first, if they understand and are aware of sustainability and how it impacts the business model, and of course, is if there's a board of directors or a single administrator and how in its strategy and strategic planning they consider risks and opportunities. The strategy part, of course, has to be disclosed. If we are talking about risks and opportunities, then we're talking about uncertainty and that it is necessary to carry out a qualitative and, given the case, quantitative analysis and look at the standard. It says about the strategy resilience. I think that the most used word was resilience during the pandemic. And it means that a company demonstrates to be solid, resilient. Basically, it means that it has an emerging strategy. That means that whenever there is a problem in the environment, they are able to adapt quickly and solve that problem, which is serious for the company, that could end up with the business concern, going concern. So this adaptation capability needs to be demonstrated with these standards. These risks cause uncertainty, I understand, and with this quantitative and qualitative analysis, this uncertainty can affect the strategy, cash flow, and the response capability of the corporation. Of course, these lays on risk management. If we are talking about uncertainty and possible scenarios, this has to be considered in a risk management model where you demonstrate that you have processes and you demonstrate and assess on not only risks but also opportunities. Whenever there is a risk, there is an opportunity. So a fast adaptation. Some factory says, I cannot do this product, but now I'm going to manufacture face masks or other thing. Before these risks, some others got frozen. Some others got the transformation capability and make it an opportunity. This standard requests to integrate these processes. That is, it is not only the answer or, or something by chance that the CEO or a team member thought about this, but that deliberately there are processes to respond to these risks and opportunities. It is, for example, in the case of an emergency, if there's a protocol in place for a cyber attack, what are the steps? If there's a protocol for an earthquake, if I have these protocols to manage these risks, that usually we know that they exist, but we have not incorporated them in our models. Now, the metrics. If I said that I acknowledge a risk from the strategic planning and my risk management model, how am I going to measure what are the metrics to manage and control these risks and opportunities? After considering all these elements, the standard mentions how disclosures are made. Of course, has to be for the corporation that reports financial statements. So if it is a consolidated, combined, or a given corporation. So it is a sustainability disclosure that has to match the corporation which is informing. And you need to demonstrate that there's information interconnectivity. That is, that everything is vinculated and somehow there's the way to demonstrate the impact. That's why they speak about financial materiality, how all these aspects impact estimates, probably the increase cash flow or drop cash flow. Look, at the bottom it says that I need to connect information in a narrative fashion. That's why they speak a lot about the storytelling. Tell me in a report how you're going to do this. So it is not a traditional report of assets, liabilities, capital, income, expenditure, but storytelling where I can convey the reader my governance model, management, metrics, goals. Materiality, financial materiality. I should not omit anything that I think, if it is not disclosed, can affect decision making of readers. So maybe greenwashing, that is disclosing only good points but not disclose some others that can affect me. So I can disclose good factors, positive figures, but I refrain from disclosing negative points. So, in terms of ASG, I need to report everything and not hide something to the decision makers. And it is the same rule as financial materiality should be compared to previous periods, and metrics should be comparable at least for 2 periods, just as we do with traditional information. Report frequency, same as financial statements for the same period of financial statement. So it is not information which is going to be generated in an isolated fashion, but should be an integral part of the financial statements. Location. Well, as they say, there are several locations of this information. Might be that you do not include it as part of the financial statements. It can be included in what we call the top management report. This report is named differently in the market. Some of them call them analysis and comments from the top management, some others integrated report, some others operating and financial report, strategic report. So there is not a single name for this reporting. So you can present this information with this kind of reports. Of course, has to be in the same place. If there is any requirement by the authorities, you should reply accordingly. They also mentioned that this could be cross-referenced to financial statements, making reference that there's this additional report and simply make a refer of it. Now, estimates. As there are many uncertainties, you need to follow the rule on estimates. You should disclose all sources with which you made the consideration of the variables that you are estimating. Then the assumptions should be consistent. I cannot make an assumption for financial sector or having a different for non-financial. So what they request in this standard is that it is an extension of everything that was considered to prepare financial statements. And it also should include sustainability reports, error correction, just as with financial statements, you can correct them. And you need to recalculate against previous periods if this works. Therefore, if you make a mistake, you need to acknowledge it, just as you do it with financial statements. You need to correct it by carrying out a retrospective correction. Compliance. It is also said that this will depend on each location. For example, if we hope that this is going to happen with this regulatory body, as it is said, we are going to say that it will come. So even if the legislation is not making it mandatory to use the SSBs, you need to carry out at least for those public companies. So yes, I am currently working with the INIT at the Technical Commission of Sustainability, and what the CINIF is thinking about is that if they have the 7 IFRS only for public companies and we are issuing local NIIFs, this can happen in sustainability. Probably the ISSBs are going to remain for these companies in the market, for those that are public companies, and also for SMEs. Then CINIF will issue their own standard. It is still under review, but you need to get prepared because these drafts were issued. The consultation period finished in July, and certainly for next year we will have final standards.
Should include a compliance report. That is to say that there are assurance services in this kind of reports. It also provides that even if the regulation does not is not mandatory for me, I should do it because it is information that adds value for the readers, even if I am not binding by it. Another important thing is that this standard, besides everything I told you, says that it is recommended to use the following standards. SASB standards, for example. It is also recommended for biodiversity, the CDSB framework, and also be alert for any information or declaration of this kind of organizations. And also we have to pay attention to everything that is related to risk management, like COSO, like the Public Accountant Institute, and different frameworks. So we have to pay attention and be always alert to them. What happened after the ISSD was founded? It said that it was going to merge with the most important frameworks, and it has just recently announced before the standards that it merged with the Value Reporting Foundation. And it comes from another merging that is the integrated report with the SASB. So automatically, when putting together all these standards, it is automatically saying that the most important information source on how to present these reports come from the Value Reporting Foundation. In the VRF, there are 3 resources that are very important that I would recommend you to read. One is the integrated thought. The second one is the framework of the VRF and the SARS-B reports. Even when in the body of the standard, we don't find this, at the end, we can read that in order to implement it, go to the integrated report SASB. So if we want to know this framework, we have to remember that it is general principle based. How am I going to implement them? Through tools. And the tools that are recommended are the 3 that you can read here in this slide. And this integral framework says that these reports have to have a strategic focus, have to show connectivity in the information. They have to consider stakeholders other than the shareholders, have to be focused on materiality, be consistent, exhaustive, compatible, consistent. It is nothing strange. Everything is totally consistent and compatible with the others. There are 8 things that are very important. You can read them to describe the organization and the environment, how it is governed, the model of the business, risks and opportunities, identify and define strategy and assign resources, performance, see the perspectives, and be clear on the basis. This report considers that since we live in a world different from the financial and fixed assets, it includes several equities: the financial equity, the physical equity, intellectual and human equity, the social and relational, and natural equity. These 3 different equities or types of capitals and the model that we have to use when reporting in an overall way, the sustainability report, is how these 6 capitals are taken as in a company as inputs. They are transformed through activities in the business and they become outputs. And these outputs have consequences in these 6 kinds of capitals. So if I, as a company, can express and understand all these, later on, after understanding it, my role will be the storytelling. How these 6 capitals are used, how do I transform them in my business model, what are the outputs, and if what now we know as circular economy, my business model creates value, preserves value, or erodes value. This is the focus of the overall report. Of course, this overall report and these principles of the integrated way of thinking are the frameworks. That is the what, but how do I land it into something that is measurable? So the complement of this thought and this framework are the SASB standards. That's why they merged. If you don't know the SASB measures, talk about a focus in investors. So this is the subset of the sustainability that has financial materiality. They are specific by industry. They are based on the market because they stem from research in each industry. They are based also in the evidence. They are also focused because we want them to be useful for the decision making process, and of course to continue complying with the benefit cost formula. It means I don't want things to be more expensive. I don't want to spend more than the benefit it gives me. There have been specific standards that have been developed specifically to 77 different industries. So if you sign up the page, you are going to find that each industry of the ones mentioned here have developed the metrics that have to be disclosed in the ASG measures. This is classified in several capitals or equities that take everything I told you when speaking about the 6 capitals or equities, just adding in addition leadership, corporate governance, innovation. These standards, as I said, have been already developed for 77 industries. This is the whole process through which they went through, starting by the ASG factors. It is like a funnel seeking to that the most important ones remained. And that's why there are only several ones that have been approved and used in the American market. There are some researches on how these ASG factors impact. There are some that impact income, for example, a restaurant where the ASG factors can change the demand in goods and services. And if I'm not a restaurant that comply with the expectations of new generations, for example, taking care of health, I may see negatively impacted my income. In airlines, for example, if we are moving towards cleaner energies and I keep the old fuel use, of course, I will have a cost structure. If I invest in assets that are not considered green assets, I will have to keep them, and now they have the name of stock assets, and I will not be able to get rid of them as soon as I want. In case of liabilities, if I don't pay attention to, for example, personal data, personal information, I don't take care of this kind of information, I will be negatively impacted, and also the social license to operate. So all these factors can impact all the financial context of an organization, starting from income, going to assets, liability, environmental aspects. That was number one. And now let's go to number two related with the climate change. It was open today for comments and closed also. What's the objective of this NIIF S2? Is the core is to focus on challenges and opportunities, not in all ASG factors, but only those that are related to climate. Takes into consideration the exact same thing, but when speaking about climatic risks, there are two that are the main ones: physical and transitional risks. They have to be taken into consideration. Corporate governance is important. How from the top management, the board of directors, they have to understand risks and opportunities that are present regarding climate, already aligned with the NIIS 1 standard. The strategy, it is also important to be taken into consideration. The fact that it has to be focused on the materiality, how they impact the value of the company and cash flows in the short, medium, and long term. It talks about the physical risks, the ones that are caused by natural and climate risks. For example, if there is something that happens just once, or if there is something that is continuous, like the climate change that is going up, and we are more subject to floods and other problems in several communities. Transition risks are those that stem from political, regulatory, and technological adjustments and are aimed at converting the current economies in low carbon economies, because all the countries, or practically all the countries in the world, have committed to reduce this footprint. So for this, the materiality framework that has to be used is TCFD. Can you tell me about my time? We should have ended 2020, but we started late. So the materiality framework, in addition to what I said, is taking into consideration a framework that has been developed for risks and opportunities related to climate that can be, as I said, transitory, physical, and what we are looking for is if they are material for the financial aspect. It is also important to define specific metrics and objectives. For example, the amount and percentage of fixed assets due to these vulnerable activities, how vulnerable they are to physical risks, opportunities related to the climate, the use of inputs such as carbon, etc. The metrics, regarding metrics, the standard provides for the measurement of metrics scope 1, 2, and 3. Scope 1, as you can see in this graph, are the direct emissions of the company that is reporting. Scope 2 is the ones that come from the supply chain have to be included, and scope 3 are all those activities regarding the producing or the manufacturing process. So we have to get together and measure all the risks in scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, which is very complicated. Regarding transition risks, we have to be very attentive to any news, for example, penalties because they do not follow the carbon-free policies. It is important to link the climatic risks and the financial risk, how it impacts us, how it is disruptive in our business model, and to make us have a loss in our assets, in our costs. The TCFD is centered in several standards. As I said, 77 industries that are include all the risks and opportunities that are related with climate. How are we positioned internationally in terms of assurance? Well, if we see the market, 91% of the companies today report sustainability, but only 51% of them have an opinion or a certain level of assurance. And from that 51%, only 63% are made by auditing firms. And from that 63, only 88% use the assurance standard 3000. That's why the NIEA 3000 is it is important to highlight that is the one that is used for these matters. If you want to see a good report in terms of climate change, please read this one. This is one of the examples of the best practices in these terms. How do Mexico contribute? We pollute a lot. We are a polluting country. We are a signing country. We have agreements to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And here our rates are critically insufficient or highly insufficient or insufficient. So we don't know what are going to be the results. There are tools, national politics. So, but nobody knows them. Nobody comply with them. Here in Mexico, the Comisión Nacional Bancaria y de Valores focus on the fact that the reports in Mexico are aligned with the SASB. In Mexico, public companies, 78% disclose ESG information, and they use 87% GRI, 18% SASB, and TGFD. We're a little lagging behind in this aspect. 48 of them do it with sustainability reports, 18% with annual reports, 12% with integrated reports, and the 22 remaining do it through their platforms. Assurance for 49%, without assurance 51%. As I started saying, it's a great opportunity for small firms. We have the abilities and competencies to be consistent with the financial reports. We know how to make financial reports, so what do we have to do? We have to jump and give the extra mile to make these sustainability reports. And of course, to close the gap, we can close it faster than other professions, learning what we have to learn and positioning ourselves as leaders in this subject. I really went very, very fast, but that would be all on my side. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to listen to your talks because of all the knowledge you have. There's a lot of dynamism. Can I pose a question for Sylvia? And just give me 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. What could happen if we, now that we haven't complied as a country to what we were committed to? Well, to have higher customs tariffs or rates. The global agreement is very important, and if Mexico doesn't walk through the compliance with the commitments, we can be sanctioned with very high import tariffs. That's what could happen to us. I encourage you, if you have a question on this subject, on any one of the others, please write your question on the chat of this platform or any other platform where we are broadcasting. Accountant Anita Chimbo, please, can you take the floor? Anita Chimbo, Accountant Anita Chimbo. Are you there? Can you please open your mic? Can you hear? Am I heard? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the honor of being here. A greeting from Ecuador. It's a pleasure for me to award this diploma to Silvia for this valuable knowledge. It is a challenge for our profession. We were high in the financial reports. Now we want to be high also and well recognized in the sustainable reports. We are not only a financial being, we are a global being. We have to be committed with global changes and global emergencies. So thank you, Sylvia, for all your explanations. Your knowledge is very valuable, and very valuable also is the delivery of this diploma for you. You participated in this 22 technical conference with the implications of the new ISSB standards. This is a business opportunity. Thank you very much. Anita, thank you very much. Thank you to you all. Thank you to you. Let's continue with the agenda. We have an interesting subject. It is transfer prices now that there are so many changes in the world. The objective of this subject is that the participant knows the legal and fiscal changes in transfer prices. So it is a pleasure and an honor to present Alan Guillermo Hidalgo Puebla. He is the director of the Northern Area in the ABC firm Transference Prices. In absence and representation of Hector Bravo, he is going to talk about this subject, and I give the floor to you. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Yes, of course. Go ahead. So now I'm going to share my presentation to talk about this topic. And certainly, just as you mentioned, today I am in representation of Hector Bravo. And my talk is named Transference prices within an environment of economic world changes. And I am in the northern part of the firm ABC. This firm is completely devoted to consulting, analysis, and documentation of related parties. And as we know, in this global environment, the economic dynamic requires transactions with global companies. We do it as well. We can see around to see that many companies are actively participating in national territory and they come from foreign capitals. There are many multinationals that are leaders in our markets, and therefore fiscal authorities has paid special attention to those operations carried out among these multinational with local corporations. To start with, I would like to mention that all transfer prices and consequent analysis are the result of making information transparent and that the taxable base is not affected by transferring revenue to other countries. It is vitally important for all countries that participate in an active manner, both in the cooperation of economic, that you can be taxed fairly according to the activities in national territory. As a result of this, now we are going to talk about these changes, which significant changes could affect us both in our consultancy to different companies participating or having operations with related parties or companies that you can identify economic bonds and that you have special focus for fiscal authorities. And I am telling you that the top authority surveying this area at an international level is the OECD, and all member countries participate or adopt all the guidelines related to transference prices for tax authorities. So once they are published by the OECD, even when they are not mandatory, when they are adopted in legislations, right now, this mandatory nature is given. The OECD considers providing accurate information. Authorities should also have enough elements to determine whether an operation between two corporations were carried out similarly as if it was with third parties. And an operation carried out among these kind of companies is called as a controlled operation. And it has some relationship to agree terms that are favorable or even the way to reduce profitability. That's why this organization provides different elements to consider, taking into consideration documentation and even methods to carry out an analysis. They should be according to these methods. There are 6, and they are going to be determined according to the nature of operation. This is going to give us a framework to determine which is the best method for analysis and its subsequent completion to see if this complies with the market value, as well as this operation was carried out as with independent third parties, and it was the fair way. And as a result of this introduction, I want to say that on January 20th this year, an update of these guidelines was published. And this is the main standard for us and the authorities to observe and determine whether these operations comply with the market value principle and if they are fair way. For this exercise, there were some small significant changes to the previous version of 2017, being these the main ones, including free of risk rates or adjusted to the risk of each country. As we know, current dynamics between multinational companies is to work jointly, having different entities in their infrastructure, and some of them could be the financial one. However, we know that risk in interest rates varies according to the legislation. What does the OECD says? That we need to gather enough information to carry out this according to a rate depending on the characteristics free of risk, or that there's a risk in a country and we should match the circumstances of financial companies just as the rates or references in the market. It is very important for us to know how the transaction dynamics was to obtain this information as accurate as possible. It is really vital to obtain accurate information which is public and also enough to support our analysis. Just to mention an example, in Mexico, in the Bank of Mexico, we have public references, or at the Securities National Commission, we need information which is also visual, that can be visualized by the authority, and there is a very minimum adjustment margin. So it is completely accurate. And it is also considered according to the operation characteristics. And as I said, there are 6 different analysis methods for this operation. And from there, the features or the information that we can obtain from the taxpayer to carry out the analysis. Probably to analyze a comparable non-controlled price for a financing operation, analyzing the agreed interest rates, could be fixed, compound, yearly, monthly, with the different variables that we have in the market. But we have 5 methods that could be used for a direct operation of distribution of inventories. Either it incurs in operating expenses or manufacture, rendering services. There are different methods that could be applicable. One of them, as I can say, in our years of experience, which is not the most used because it might not be so accurate due to the calculation, is the participation of revenues. Those operations that are so linked that probably they don't have accurate results, or that we need to make some adjustments, mentioning that it is calculated in a wrong manner. That is why at these new versions for the OECD guides, we are adding more recommendations of this method. Therefore, if we see that we're going to analyze or use this method, it is as accurate as possible. And as I said, in these very extensive guides, we're indicated that there are some application examples, so we can include step by step, process by process, to obtain enough information and the preparation of the calculations that will give us a final result that is going to determine a market value in a range if this transaction is at market value, and if not, then we will have to suggest the taxpayer to carry out the necessary adjustments. This is one of the big changes. So it is foreseen that these methods are going to be increasingly used due to the objectivity when we carry out these calculations. So therefore, for these transactions, we need to take this into account according to the new versions. Another change or updates that were pointed out is the inclusion of a new chapter, number 10, regarding transfer prices for financing operations. Imagine that this is the second time that we take into consideration this addition, and information is more abundant to analyze a financing operation, but this is because it is one of the main transactions that we can identify when a taxpayer comes with us or they suggest that we need to support them. Financing operations as well as the consequent interest rate agreed among these related parties is one of the main transactions. And now, getting ahead, Mexico. Article 179 includes a paragraph that specifies what kind of information needs to be included. So in this OECD chapter, they are adding this part. They say it is quite important that when we observe the presence of this, we need to request information regarding interest rate, how it is made up. Is it a reference, like the balance reference rate or the prime, or what kind of rate? Time, sequence of interest, monthly, every 6 months, yearly, materiality of the operation, something pointed out as core important. So then, this contract has somehow indicated or has any evidence that this transaction exists and its characteristics, does that exist? So we can also demand for this and document that this transaction has been carried out according to the procedures that they mention. Are invoices in place, time, etc. So authorities, both local and international organizations, are increasingly surveying this information, and we need to provide enough information step by step to determine that transfer prices, compensation, profitability margins are agreed as if it was an independent party. So the observations by tax authorities that these rates are not tampered. Sometimes no interest rates were considered, so this gets back to fines not to present information on time, and it is not deductible for this. So that there's a need for us professionals to advise properly and also to make them comply. It is possible that when we analyze first, we cannot make evident the existence of these documents that materialize the transaction. However, we need to urge them and let them know about the need and let them know the benefits to obtain this documentation. Another change that we have seen that are important to determine, even when they were already mentioned in our country, and this is a global effect, by the way, is the determination of the obligation of all taxpayers that have operations with related parties to submit enough information demonstrating that the amount of revenues and deductions are according to the prices of payments or also the margins that are included. It is important to point out, yes, and this is because, just to mention an example, locally in Mexico, there was some reluctancy by national groups or local groups to present this information, even when it was mentioned that Article 76, paragraph 12, if it was necessary to determine that operations with related parties are just the same as independent third parties. A previous article mentioned that probably the evidence was only for taxpayers that carried out operations with related parties residing abroad. To prevent any confusion as of the current reform that started January 2022, this part was removed. The one that says that this was for residents abroad, and extending that the information is the same for any taxpayer with operations with related parties locally or abroad. So, this is going to be increasingly requested by tax authorities at local and international level to give evidence of these transactions. And it becomes much more necessary to have a survey of transfer prices due to the different annexes questionnaires, because they request to provide all the information that was obtained calculated by specialized firms according to the analysis that were presented, so one can conclude whether these transactions were just as if they were with third independent parties. And as I said, this is a global effect. I've seen along the years, I have participated here in ABC more than 10 years now as a director of transfer prices, that some other legislation, this obligation is in place in Mexico. We are recently adopting this explicitly in the law of taxes. But since the beginning, these transactions were surveyed as in with residents abroad. And which are the most important changes regarding the information that needs to be mentioned according to transactions with related party? If we can indicate this, it's delivery times. For some taxpayers that didn't have in the past, at least at the internal level, this obligation, currently they would be adding up to this obligation of presenting this information with related parties. They need to take into consideration that they need to present at the most on the next year, May 15, all the information contained in transfer prices in a questionnaire or annex requested for the informative tax return. And this is Annex 9 with related parties. And it was only for those taxpayers that had these transactions with third parties. For this exercise, now these taxpayers are being added, and they are still adjusting delivery deadlines. For us, it is really important to assess all our firms and also to be consultants to take into consideration that the obligation should be submitted on May 15th next year at the most. That's why we need to have analysis, information, and then anticipate. As we know, there are lots of fines not to present this information. In Mexico, there are fines for not presenting misinformed or even incomplete information. So we need to foresee these circumstances so we can have enough elements and present these results in time and form. On the other hand, we know that one of the main initiatives proposed by this international organization, the OECD, is the informative tax return with related parties like the master plan, local tax file, and also informating tax return country by country, known as the country by country report. All this information, we had been working with this obligation since 2016, as it was approved in 2015. In our country, it was immediately adopted, to precise, since 2016, and the obligation is still in place to present the same for different taxpayers according to their revenue level and transaction. Which are these changes for this kind of report? Well, submission dates. For previous exercises, they used to have a deadline of December the 31st of the next year when they carried out these transactions. December the 31st to present this information. And we know that many of them did not do that, and they are presenting that right now. However, for the subsequent exercises, they have changed the date. So the local tax return or filing should be presented also with the deadline of May the 15th. Therefore, before the exercise, all these tax-paying companies with different characteristics should foresee, according to their revenue level, if they are obliged or not. As we know, these reports are submitted internationally as well. Therefore, the foreign counterpart is also forced to the country by country tax return, but they should also present this information and now should be in the original language and controlled manner. On the other hand, all taxpayers know about these operations with related parties. That's why we need to take into account individuals with professional activities that carry out these transactions, even when they are only obliged regarding operations with related parties. Right now, it has been modified with these taxpayers that they are also obliged to submit information regarding other information with related parties without distinction. The procedents, if they are local, foreign, etc. That's why they need to present all this information for up to May 15 of the next exercise. On the other hand, regarding information and presentation, I can let you know that right now, fiscal and international authorities are requesting more information of these operations. As I said, in the case of financing operations, they request us to have all the elements to carry out the analysis, materiality, documents, etc. The same circumstances are extended to other operations, services, and then a profitability margin. We should have this evidence for a intercompany price agreement. The parties should be indicated and the risks And we know that one of the main operations used to be payroll services. We need to indicate risks, which is the contracting part, and identify that these services have actually been rendered according to the materiality in order to be deducted or accrued. All this information that probably you could think that it is only for operations with foreign companies. No, these guidelines are also adopted for local operations, and we are demanded materiality of these transactions, even for royalties, purchase sale, have enough minutes and the appraisals, etc. They had all this information which is gathered, and all these to make this information transparent. As they said, the initial premise of all the regulation of transfer prices was originated due to this asset transfer. All the authorities, legislation are seeking to have the right tax in their territory. That's why it is so important to reflect this accurate information that help us to determine if this has been carried out according to market values. Because at no point this is a due operation and we're not avoiding this type of transaction. So this global nature will make us celebrate them and an exponential growth of companies and their participation in a global environment. Therefore, it is information that they need to include with the authority. So they can guarantee that there are many transactions that should be carried out with independent third parties and also seeing the transfer of these funds. On the other hand, one effect that we can see that we saw when we were supporting filling out these tax returns in other legislations that are different to the national in Mexico is the mandatory use of a statistical method for information presentation. That's the interquartile method. Depending on the used method and fidelity of the information that we are submitting, that could be internal commodities, so sure, or similar to all the intercompany operations, we can use some other statistical methods. For us, the tax income didn't represent this range only for statistical methods, and you could have a total market value. However, just as in other countries, this obligation is in place, and we're adopting to present information by means of a interquartile range. We know that this interquartile range is a calculation of this removal of ends to be close to the 50%, but this is around the median. And we are eliminating typical ends according to the results that we obtain, either because we were given the information by the taxpayer regarding the profitability margin according to this income. We have determined according to the calculation by financial information provided by the taxpayer with this interquartile margin. If this range is within the interquartile range, then we can approve and we would determine conclusions for those transactions that were carried abiding to the market value law and also with independent third parties. The effect is globalized. So if we are presenting information for any company in a different jurisdiction, we need to foresee that this is the sole manner to demonstrate results if our analysis is correct.
It is important to say that we can observe at an international level is that in Mexico, transference prices can be studied through this model. And the maquiladora companies in the past can make an anticipated pricing agreement in the past, negotiating with the company, and they could negotiate the earning margin, having the certainty that these agreements would not have equal values. However, started January this year, this cannot be done, and every maquila company should have to cost taxes reported depending and based on safe harbor. So the value in excess would be eliminated now. If you present a study of the anticipation prices agreement, should be, I'm sorry, as I was telling you, in the international level, or at an international level, the most important shifts are related to BIPs, base erosion and profit shifting. Erosion of the taxable base and transfer of benefits. This plan of action to analyze the repercussions and impacts of the erosion of the taxable base. This is due to the existence of practices that are not common in the operations among the different parts. And these measures govern the good functioning of the tax system, in which there are sometimes some gaps that give place to the correct application of the fiscal obligation of the taxpayer. It has to be an action plan to analyze impacts to the erosion, as I was telling you. That is to avoid translation of benefits. There have been sometimes identifications of certain aggressive activities, even for the local authority. There are some laws, there's legislation that is automatic, and it was declared that the operations celebrated with third countries are not going to consider in this way. These measures regulate the good functioning of the tax system. Let's remember that, as I said before, that if there are gaps, these gaps can question the good functioning of the law. What is the information? The information is made of three parts, and I'm talking about the local information declaration of related parties in the local file. It is focused mainly on the analysis of transfer prices of the different operations that are conducted with related parties. And it shows also financial information for each transaction intercompanies and has to support a correct analysis of comparisons and evidence of a selection that has to be correct, as well as the application of the method of the documents used to evaluate operations with related parties. The authority is asking us and is being more rigid every time. And they are asking us, where did we get the rate, the comparison, the use of specialized database for the analysis of these operations, as well as where did we get the information of the rate that they had agreed upon before for the transaction, in particular, each transaction. And of course, we always have to mention the parts that we are including in the different results of the studies. The documentation and information that is required has not changed, but it is important to know how it has to be structured. For a transference price study, there's not a unique form so that we can fill it out, a template that we could be filling out. It is an obligation for us. It is mandatory to present the different documentation. And it happens the contrary exactly in other document reports. It is important to indicate here in Mexico that there are sanctions for not presenting information or for presenting incomplete or wrong information. Regarding information declarations in the master file, this has to have global information regarding the business lines, activities on the global policy in terms of transference prices, and regarding the global disclosure of the income between countries and economic activities. Even we are asked information from the counterparts. It is also important to say that this can be presented in a jointly manner and in the original language. If the corporate presented it in its country of origin, we locally can do the same and comply in time and good and manner. Also remains the informative declaration country by country of related parties. It's country by country. They have to provide tax information that has been added on the global distribution of multinational groups, their obligations, tax payments, as well as a list of subsidiaries and the countries where they are located, where they report financial information and under what tax jurisdiction they are. And to wrap up in the practice, the changes when presenting, when filing, we keep the same information that was required in other fiscal years. We are just adding the obtention of this information in the best times or the times asked by the authority. Regarding the information that has to be collected is exactly the same, is very extensive, and we have to be very attentive on the continuity. For this year, it could be that maybe we should have to file before. we have to have enough information for the due date. Now a corporate institution is having the facility to present just the original one. And as a conclusion of these changes regarding transference prices, we can conclude that there will be more complexity when complying with the information that is given regarding the transfer prices and the operations carried out. All tax authorities should have the same information. That's what it is being looked for. So complying with market value, especially if activities are being taxated or taxed in a correct way. There is more relevance to the correct documentation and the disclosure of intercompany operations, national and international. For example, for more complex operations or operations with foreign companies or foreign capital companies. Let's remember that there are sanctions for the non-compliance of all these mandatory activities. Before the exercise, it is important to determine which are the obligations, what's the amount of their income, and it is important if we know until what level they have to file their taxes. First level, second level, third level. It is important for our customers to know this in advance. So it's important for us to know. We have to tell them exactly when they have to file their taxes, what taxes they have to file, and obviously avoid a negative impact in the compliance of our customers. So on my side, this would be all. We are from the ABC Price Transference Agency, and we are specialized in this subject. My door is open to any question you have. Thank you very much. For us, it has been a pleasure to listen to you. And please, Licenciado Baldomero Juarez, could you please award this diploma to Alan Guillermo? Yes, I'm here, Baldomero Juarez. Good afternoon, Alan. Thank you very much for your participation in this accountants and lawyers. Transparent prices have always helped us. Even for a fiscal report, it is important to see if we comply or not comply with this standard. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your explanations. UC&CS America awards you this diploma, Alan Guillermo Hidalgo, Puebla. And it's due to your participation in this presentation of transference prices in an environment of world economic changes, being September 22nd, 2022, and it's signed by our President, Mauricio Mubarak. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. Thank you to you all. I would like to offer an apology because of our timing. We have 15 minutes. It will be very interesting, just as any other. So it might be possible that we have to study, listen, and eat at the same time. We are a family, and I know that you can understand us. We're trying to handle the times. I know I'm very much aware that I'm not allowing you to make questions, but you can interact with your questions through the chat of the WebEx or any other platform you're using. See you in 15 minutes.